Warcraft, the Tree of Eternity. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. The whole army is on the march. Now it's all done. Yufei suddenly felt relieved. With such military strength, it's enough to protect themselves. Even if humans discover the Night Elves here, and human countries come to attack, Yufei is not afraid at all. In this deep forest, the combat effectiveness of the Night Elves will make all enemies suffer a lot, and the monsters in the Warcraft mountains are not vegetarians. The next step is to unify the wind-whispering forest. Yufei's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. The first thing is to deal with sets, but how many Night Elf troops should be sent to the wind-whispering forest to fight sets? If there are too few, it may not be easy to eliminate sets. Anyway, his own combat effectiveness is also very strong. There are no enemies around, and there is no need for the Night Elf troops to guard. It is better to let the Night Elves attack with all their forces. Yufei had such an idea. It is necessary to eliminate sets as soon as possible, so that we can get in touch with the hill dwarves earlier and establish a stable rear. Then we can deal with humans with all our strength. However, the safety of the two sub-bases must also be considered. Yufei frowned. His own combat power is enough to protect himself. This statement is even a bit modest. Although the power of several wood-related spells that Yufei cast with the ancient tree's body cannot be called a forbidden spell, it is not far from it. Not to mention anything else, the roots of Yufei are now tangled and intertwined. It can be said that Yufei's roots are now spread over a kilometer in radius, which is almost a forbidden spell level binding magic. Like other leaf dances, Yufei's body already has countless tough leaves, and it is even more effective to cast them. Compared with the Elf King's clone releasing the leaf dance, it is simply a world of difference. Besides, although Yufei's body does not have specific attack and defense data like the ancient tree in Warcraft, you can tell how strong his attack power is by looking at the huge branches. The branches with a diameter of more than 10 meters are accelerated by gravity and smashed to the ground, which is definitely a ground shaking. Not to mention the defense, I'm afraid that no one can break the super thick trunk. In this case, there is nothing to worry about the safety of his main body. Instead, the two trees of life need some protection. Because building new buildings and researching new technologies only require a base of the ancient tree level, Yufei did not waste resources to upgrade the two sub-bases to the ancient tree level, so the two sub-bases are still very weak. With a big wave of his hand in his mind, Yufei allocated 30 ancient guardians and 30 giant wood warriors to each of the two sub-bases as guards. One ancient guardian and one giant wood warrior combined are equivalent to the strength of a level 7 magic beast. 30 level 7 magic beasts are enough to protect any enemy who wants to invade the two sub-bases. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the movement speed of the ancient guardians and giant wood warriors was relatively slow compared to the Night Elves, and there was a limit on the age of the trees, Yufei wanted to use these two ancient trees as regular arms. However, although they cannot be used as arms, they can also play their role as guards. Under Yufei's command, 60 ancient guardians and giant wood warriors pulled their roots out of the earth and divided into two groups to move towards the two sub-bases. Before the ancient guardians and giant wood warriors arrived at the designated location, the guard elves of the two sub-bases could not be mobilized, so Tyrant and the others had to wait for a while before setting off. Not long after, the guard work of the two sub-bases was handed over, and the Night Elves originally stationed in the two sub-bases quickly returned to the main base where Yufei's body was located. Now, all the combat forces under Yufei's command have been gathered, waiting for Yufei to issue the order to set off. But at this time, Yufei suddenly remembered one thing: how to arrange the 5 dwarves. Should they go with the army to the Whispering Wind Forest, or let them stay with him? After a little thought, Yufei asked Tyrant to explain to the dwarves what the Night Elves were going to do, and asked for their opinions. As expected, when they heard that Tyrant and the others were going to wipe out the demons that destroyed their tribe, all the dwarves asked to fight with the army without hesitation. According to them, although their fighting power is not worth mentioning, it is still a force after all. Moreover, if they follow the army, they can also repair the glaive throwers and weapons for the Night Elves. The dwarves are not stupid. If the Night Elves are not strong enough, they will naturally not be willing to go with the Night Elves to destroy sets. No one wants to die. But after living on the mother tree of the Night Elves for a while, the dwarves found that this branch of the elf tribe in their minds is too powerful. Even the most ordinary elf archers have almost silver level strength, and the elves who can turn into wolves and crows are the legendary druids, and the giants over 20 meters tall are even more daunting. Needless to say, the high-end strength. The patriarch of the elf tribe called the Dark Knight and the other two leaders have legendary strength, and a new elf beauty who seems to have a high status also has a near legendary strength. In addition to these leaders, there are also Shadow Demon Tiger and Holy Giant Wolf, two tamed monsters in the eyes of the dwarves, which are also level 8 monsters. In addition to these, what shocked the dwarves the most was the appearance of Red Dragon Clan. How long has it been since a living dragon appeared on the continent? Looking at the momentum of this dragon, it is obvious that it has reached the 8th level of strength. At the same level, the dragon can only be said to be completely defeated by the strong of other races, and can even challenge the higher level. With such strength, several dwarves understand that the hatred of the destruction of the tribe can naturally be avenged. Therefore, the dwarves are willing to follow the army to the Wind-Whispering Forest to witness the demise of the group of demons. In this case, there is no problem. After arranging several dwarves into the team, Yufei used the Elf King's clone to issue the order to set off. In the current organization of the Night Elves, Tyrande has retreated to the second line, and Yufei uses the Elf King to hold the power to command all troops. Under the Elf King Yufei, Tyrande was between the archers and the huntresses, commanding the ranged troops, of course, including the tree demons. In front, there were the mountain giants led by Lydon and the claw druids behind the mountain giants. The wings in the rear were full of feral wolves, with the sacred giant wolf and the shadow demon tiger on both sides of the entire team, guarding this army. The raptor druid was in the center of the entire team, together with Yufei. At the same time, the glaive thrower pulled by several feral wolves was also in the center of the team. In fact, the glaive thrower itself can also move, but the speed is really a bit slow, so Yufei recruited a few feral wolves to use vine ropes to pull the glaive thrower forward, and the speed was indeed improved a lot. There was also Maiev. Maiev was in stealth mode, protecting the Elf King Yufei closely, and never left him 5 meters away. Even so, if a battle really happened, Maiev could still quickly cut into the battlefield in all directions. The skill of flashing is really very useful. Even if it is only one level higher, combined with permanent invisibility, it will make Maiev a super killer and invisible bodyguard who comes and goes without a trace. Gargantuan and the other dwarves were not far behind Yufei, in the same position as Tyrande behind the huntress. Tyrande was the night elf they had the most contact with, and they felt more at ease around Tyrande. Several dwarves also had some doubts in their hearts. Wasn't Tyrande the patriarch of this elf tribe? Why did it seem that the powerful elf beauty in front was leading the elves and tamed beasts of this tribe? Yufei naturally didn't know the doubts of the dwarves. If he knew that the dwarves thought he was an elf beauty in his heart, Yufei would probably have gone berserk. Besides, even if they knew the doubts of the dwarves, the night elves had no obligation to answer them, so the doubts of the dwarves could only be silently suppressed in their hearts. The night elves were in very neat order. There was no sound during the march, except for the roar of the mountain giants and the trampling of the troops on the ground. Several dwarves were infected by the atmosphere and followed the night elves silently without whispering to each other. Soon, the Night Legion walked out of the Warcraft mountains and entered the volcanic wasteland. Along the way, the Night Legion did not receive any attacks from Warcraft. If it were not for the Night Elves' keen hearing, they would not even be able to hear the sounds of Warcraft activities. In the ears of the Night Elves, all the Warcraft felt the advance of the Night Legion from afar and quickly left their original positions to avoid the direction of the Night Legion. After entering the volcanic wasteland, the speed of the Night Legion's advance increased slightly. This is because the speed of the glaive thrower on the flat ground is much faster than in the forest. As the speed of the short board of the Night Legion's marching speed increased, the overall marching speed of the Night Legion naturally increased. There was no conversation along the way. After a few hours, the Night Legion crossed the volcanic wasteland and entered the wind whispering forest. Looking at the familiar whispering wind forest, Yufei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ah. Forest. You are all trees. Ah. Big trees. You are a tree. Ah. Ah. How come there is no change in the whispering wind forest? Well, of course, although it has been nearly 100 chapters since I left the Whispering Wind Forest, it has actually been less than a month, so there is certainly no big change in the Whispering Wind Forest. After entering the Whispering Wind Forest, Yufei became much more careful and ordered several raptor druids to transform into storm crows and stand guard around the team to prevent any enemy sneak attacks. In front, Tyrant had wiped out all the troops sent by Sets to attack the Kobold tribe. Who knows if Sets has already moved in this direction. Naturally, we have to be careful. Starting today, we will enter the third volume and resume the double update. I hope everyone will support us. Chapter 152, Searching for Sets. 10 minutes later, the Dark Knight Legion arrived at the former Wolf Dog Point human tribe. After several hours of marching, Yufei decided to let the Dark Knight Legion rest. In the short term, this former Wolf Dog Point human tribe will be the Dark Knight Legion's garrison location. The war with Sets will definitely not be resolved in one battle like before, and Yufei is ready to go through multiple battles. In this case, a stronghold is indispensable. The Wolf Dog Point human tribe was a gathering area for field units in the past, which is better than being stationed in the wilderness. Moreover, the location of this tribe is really good. It is separated from the range of Sets activities by a river, which can be regarded as a dangerous place to attack and defend. With melee units outside and ranged units inside, the Dark Knight Legion quickly settled down in the Wolf Dog Point human tribe. It was afternoon at this time, and Yufei was ready to wait until dusk, so that the Dark Knight Legion, which had finished resting, could cross the river and start fighting Sets in the western area of the Wind Whispering Forest. However, the time from afternoon to evening could not be wasted. Yufei sent 5 raptor druids who transformed into storm crows to disperse in all directions and began to explore the surrounding environment. Among them, 2 storm crows were exploring to the west. Yufei's vision was naturally fixed on a storm crow flying to the west. The west was the most likely place for Sets to move. As the storm crow moved forward, the vision gradually extended, and Yufei soon saw the original Kobold tribe. There is no Kobold here now. Last time, Tyrant had captured all the Kobolds living in the Kobold tribe and those scattered around, and brought them back to the Night Elf base. It should be mentioned here that the Kobolds are now collecting energy mines in the 2 sub-bases. Of course, after the Night Elves and the Wild Wolves left, there were naturally Kobolds who wanted to escape. But after several Kobolds were smashed into meat paste by the boulders of the ancient guardians, all the Kobolds gave up the idea of escaping. The existence of the Kobold mining team did increase Yufei's resource collection speed. Let's not talk about the underground mining. In the open pit mine, the Kobolds picked up energy stones much faster than the Night Elves. As for the sub-base on the other side, that was not an open pit mine, the Kobolds' advantage was even more evident. Thanks to the efforts of the Kobold tunnel workers, several caves similar to mines were dug out where the energy mine was located, but these caves gradually narrowed from top to bottom. The cave walls were sloped to facilitate the entry and exit of the Kobolds who mined energy stones. Although it took a long time to dig the caves, after the cave excavation was completed, the work of the Kobolds became orderly. The Kobolds automatically divided into several teams and lined up to enter several caves. When the last few Kobolds in each team entered the cave, the first Kobolds who entered had already climbed up from the other side of the cave wall with a backpack full of energy stones and quickly sent the energy stones to the Tree of Life, which converted them into energy. The appearance of the Kobold mining team has greatly shortened the time that the 2 energy mines can be mined, and Yufei has to consider the problem of finding new energy mines. However, these energies are enough for the time being. Even with the Kobold mining team, it will still take some time to collect. The most urgent task is to deal with Sets. Shaking his head, Yufei continued to fix his vision on the scouting Storm Crow and observed the surroundings as the Storm Crow moved forward. After passing the Kobold tribe, the Storm Crow adjusted its direction under Yufei's command and continued to fly in the direction of the west and southwest. The trees in front of him are still the same. The Storm Crow has flown a short distance, but still has not found any trace of sets. That's not right. I also took into account the deviation of direction and adjusted it to the Warcraft mountain range. It is said that sets should be around here, right? Yufei switched his vision to several other Storm Crows, but did not find any trace of sets activities. Switching his vision to the Storm Crow flying in the direction of the west and south, Yufei thought that if he still didn't find sets in another 5 minutes, he would turn back. Then he would go all out and conduct a carpet search of the area where sets were suspected to exist, and he would definitely find it. Just as Yufei was thinking this, he suddenly felt the body of the Storm Crow suddenly get cold, and some of its feathers exploded. This feeling. I found it. Yufei thought about it carefully, and this cold feeling was exactly the feeling of the area filled with hell. The place where sets gathered should be just ahead. Because it was transformed from an ordinary raptor druid, the intelligence of this Storm Crow was not very high, and Yufei simply started to control the body of the Storm Crow. There was no way. He had to be careful. There was no shortage of long-range attack units among sets. 2 shadow arrows or a few dark magic balls would kill the fragile Storm Crow directly. Under Yufei's control, the Storm Crow lowered its flying altitude, slowed down its speed under the cover of the trees, and continued to fly forward. The dense leaves on the tall trees and the wind-whispering forest obscured the Storm Crow's figure. At least on the ground, it was difficult to find a huge crow passing through the leaves. Yufei was right. A relatively sparsely planted area soon appeared in front of the Storm Crow. There were no less than 800 sets gathered on this area. Although they were mainly sets warriors and sets dark dancers, 2 types of sets of not too high level, they were also very powerful. The area where sets lived was simply hell. The soil on the ground was dark red, obviously soaked in blood. Under the trees, and in the sparse grass, you can see scattered bones everywhere. In the center of the area where sets gathered, Yufei saw some creatures that were obviously not sets. There was no need to make any guesses. Yufei recognized them at the first sight of these creatures, because the appearance of these creatures was exactly the same as Gargant. That's right, in the center where sets gathered, Yufei saw dozens of dwarves through the vision of the Storm Crow. These dwarves all looked lifeless, and only occasionally turned their eyes to prove that they were still alive. And from the size of the bones scattered on the open ground, it can be seen that many dwarves were buried here. These living dwarves were tightly surrounded by sets, with no hope of escape, just waiting for death day by day. Naturally they all showed such a boring performance. Elf King Yufei frowned. What are these sets going to do? I haven't heard that sets also eat people. Besides, the demand for food for the Warcraft units that descended is very small. It can be said that it is almost non-existent. So why did sets attack the surrounding dwarf tribes and wild monsters? Is it just to satisfy the desire to kill? Looking at the bones scattered on the ground, Yufei couldn't help but fall into a series of question marks. Not daring to let the Storm Crow fly forward, Yufei controlled the Storm Crow to hide in the crown of a tree, using the dense branches and leaves of the tree to block the Storm Crow's body. The trees and the open space in front were too sparse. If it flew out rashly, it would definitely be discovered by the sets. At that time, I'm afraid that this Raptor brand reconnaissance plane will be shot down by the set's second artillery unit. Anyway, there is still some time before dusk, and now the place where the sets are gathered has been found. It won't delay anything to order the Dark Knight Legion to move forward in a while. In his heart, he quietly gave the other 4 Raptor druids who were scouting in other directions a return order, and Yufei continued to spy on the movements of the sets with the vision of the Storm Crow. 800 sets with a strength of at least level 3 are indeed difficult to deal with. While observing the situation, Yufei was also thinking about tactics. This is not like the time when he eliminated the centaurs and the spiky beasts in the volcanic wasteland. At that time, the centaurs and the scimitars were both defeated, and Yufei had picked up a big bargain. This time, he had to really wipe out the sets who were not inferior to the centaurs or scimitars in their heyday. If the plan is good, with the much enhanced strength now, it is possible to win in one battle, Yufei thought silently. But the next scene made Yufei quickly give up the idea of winning in one battle. As time gradually moved towards the evening, when the sun was about to set, a team of sets suddenly appeared in the west of the sets gathering point, and walked towards this side. With the sharp eyes of the storm crow, Yufei saw that there were some dwarves who were obviously captured among these sets. Soon, this team of sets merged into this set's gathering point, and the number of sets approached the 1000 mark. This number is already a great threat. If the plan is not appropriate, the Dark Knight Legion may even lose in the battle with the sets. After all, each of these sets has more or less skills, and in terms of strength, they are not much different from the Night Elves. There are 30 or 40 newly captured dwarves, and some sets are still dragging the corpses of dwarves. Judging from the way the living dwarves looked at these corpses and the dwarves captured around them, these dwarves should be from the same tribe. Driving the newly captured dwarves to the center of the set's gathering point to guard the captives, the sets gathered the bodies they dragged back together. Yufei became excited. It seems that these sets are going to do some mysterious things with the corpses, otherwise they would not have taken the trouble to drag all the dwarf corpses back. Looking fixedly at the place where the dwarf corpses were piled up, Yufei felt that he was about to know the reason why the sets attacked other forces everywhere. The second chapter today. I didn't break my promise, although it's a little late. Hey, I've kept updating twice a month in October. Please encourage me. Chapter 153 Hell Sacrifice. Yufei didn't have to wait too long. When the returning sets piled up all the corpses, a tall figure walked out of sets. Yufei was suddenly shocked. Why didn't he notice it just now? Wasn't it Set's Hell Messenger? In the Warcraft game, Set's Hell Messenger is the strongest unit of the Set's clan, and naturally the leader of the Set's clan. In the game, Set's Hell Messenger has the strength of level 9, and it is expected that it will be no exception after its advent. That is to say, this Set's Hell Messenger is stronger than any unit under Yufei now, including the Purple Dragon Reared and several heroes. Yufei concentrated his mental power on Set's Hell Messenger, but did not get too much information. The offensive and defensive attributes of this set's Hell Messenger are much stronger than Illidan, and the blood volume is also extremely high. In terms of skills, it has Evil Aura LV3, Manipulate Corpses, Summon Skeletons, Rotten Bee Swarms, Evil Parasitism and Hell Sacrifice. Yufei knew the first 4 skills. The Evil Aura was also used by the Hell Servants of sets that Tyrant encountered earlier, but it was at level 2. The Evil Aura of Set's Hell Servants was obviously stronger than that of Hell Servants. Manipulating corpses and summoning skeletons is needless to say. The Rotten Bee Swarm should be the one of the Dreadlord. If it is the one of the Crypt Lord, it would be too perverted. However, Yufei has never seen the Evil Parasite and Hell Sacrifice that came later. Yufei has some guesses about the Evil Parasite. In a Rel T3C map, Yufei has seen a similar skill. In fact, it is just a status skill that adds a continuous damage status to a unit. If the unit dies during the duration of this status, it will become a zombie, similar to the Plague of the Scourge, but the strength of the zombie is determined by the strength of the parasitic unit before it died. But Yufei didn't understand what the Hell Sacrifice was. The name didn't sound like an attack skill. Maybe it was, because the level of Set's Hell Envoy was too high. Yufei's tried and tested attribute search did not find out the specific data of these skills. Yufei could only determine the strength of Set's Hell Envoy through his understanding of Warcraft and some guesses. However, Yufei had a hunch that this Hell Sacrifice might be the reason why sets attacked other creatures everywhere. The next moment, he might be able to see the specific effect of this Hell Sacrifice. Controlling the Stormcrow to hide quietly in the tree canopy, Yufei stared at the movements of Set's Hell Envoy. At the 9th level, I'm afraid that any slight movement will be quickly detected. Although it is still a few hundred meters away from the place where Set's gathered, who knows if he will be discovered by Set's Hell Envoy if he is not careful. Yufei didn't want to lose a Raptor Druid. This cost energy and wood. Set's Hell Envoy walked to the place where the dwarf corpses were piled up and stood 5 meters away from the pile of corpses. With the sharp eyesight of the Night Elves and his own god's perspective, Yufei saw all the movements of the Set's Hell Messenger. The leader of the Set's clan opened his hands and held them in front of him. Then a thick black gas suddenly emerged in front of him and gradually spread towards the pile of corpses in front of him. At the same time, the set's hell messenger shouted something to the other sets who had retreated far away. 3 sets soul thieves came out and walked towards the pile of corpses surrounded by black gas tremblingly. Then, in Euphea's eyes, the bodies of the dwarves gradually began to melt under the erosion of the black gas, but only limited to flesh and blood. The bones were still there. The melted dwarf flesh and blood did not disappear out of thin air, and some blood-colored gas appeared in the black gas. Seeing these blood-colored gases, the set's hell messenger's eyes flashed with joy, and he shouted to the 3 set's soul thieves who walked to the pile of corpses. At the urging of the set's hell messenger, the 3 set's soul thieves walked into the area covered by the black gas with fear on their faces. As soon as they entered the area covered by the black gas, the bodies of the 3 set's soul thieves made a sizzling sound, and they were obviously corroded. Without hesitation, the 3 set's soul thieves quickly rushed to the area where the blood-colored gas was floating in the black gas. After the 3 set's soul thieves entered the area where they were floating, the blood-colored gas formed after the dwarf corpses melted immediately rushed towards the 3 set's soul thieves in 3 waves, just like flies smelling fishy smells. The blood-colored gas rushed towards the bodies of the 3 set's soul thieves without hesitation and directly merged into their bodies. Then you can see that the bodies of the 3 set's soul thieves gradually began to expand. The bodies that were originally more than 2 meters tall kept growing taller, and at the same time, the torsos and limbs began to become thicker. Just like that, it expanded by 2.5 meters, 3 meters, and 3.5 meters. When one of the 3 set's soul thieves expanded to a height of 3.5 meters, it seemed that it could not bear it. After making a loud death sound, it exploded with a bang. However, the bloody rain that Eupheia had expected did not happen, and the flesh and blood of the other 2 set's soul thieves did not appear. The flesh and blood of the exploded set's soul thief only burst out less than 3 meters away, and was eroded and assimilated by the black gas, making the black gas covering the pile of corpses even more. The bodies of the 2 surviving set's soul thieves continued to expand. When one of them expanded to a height of 4.5 meters, despair suddenly appeared in its eyes. Then, with another bang, this set's soul thief also followed the footsteps of the previous one and exploded. Of course, without any surprise, the flesh and blood of this set's soul thief were also quickly eroded and assimilated by the black gas, making the black gas even thicker. The remaining set's soul thief finally stopped expanding when it expanded to about 5 meters, and the squirming flesh and blood on its body stabilized. At this time, the set's soul thief had changed its appearance, and Eupheia quickly matched it with a unit in his memory. The result of the mental power investigation confirmed Eupheia's guess, and this result also surprised Eupheia. This original set's soul thief has become an 8th level set's hell servant. Although the set's hell servant seems very weak to the existing 8th level strength of the Night Elves, the 8th level is the 8th level after all, and it is extremely powerful for creatures below the 8th level. The fact that the 8th level is called the legendary level on the Slays continent can reflect this. This should be the effect of the hell sacrifice, converting the corpse into evil energy, directly infusing the low level sets, and making it evolve or mutate into a special high level sets. I think the set's shadow wizard was also created in this way. It seems that there is still a certain chance of success or failure of evolution. 3 set's soul thieves appeared, and in the end only one successfully evolved into a set's hell slave, and the other 2 exploded and died. This can also explain why sets slaughtered other creatures everywhere. It turns out that they want to use corpses to make low level sets evolve. But why do they have to capture some living dwarves? Well, maybe there is a cooling time for the hell sacrifice, Eupheia guessed, because he found that there were exactly 100 dwarf corpses that were melted. Maybe this hell sacrifice can only melt a limited number of corpses at a time, and the skill cooling time is relatively long, so some creatures will be captured as corpse reserves. Of course, there may be other reasons, but this is not what Eupheia can guess. No wonder the captured dwarves all look lifeless. No one will be happy if they know that their future fate is to die, and their corpses will be melted. The successfully evolved set's soul thief, oh, now it should be called the set's hell slave. It raised its head to the sky and roared with excitement and relief, and quickly returned to the team of sets. Faintly, a team of Sets gathered around this newly evolved Set's Hell slave, obviously led by it. The Set's Hell messenger ignored the excitement of this Set's Hell slave, but took a deep breath, continued to open his arms, and slowly pulled the black air that had been replenished by the flesh and blood of the two evolving Set's soul thieves to the front. At this time, Yufei discovered that the black air of the Set's Hell messenger did not appear out of thin air. In front of the Set's Hell messenger, there was an extremely small black vortex. The black air that was pulled back by the Set's Hell messenger quickly sank into this tiny black vortex and disappeared. Yufei was using his mental power to investigate the black vortex. The rapid entry of the black gas almost brought his consciousness into the black vortex. Fortunately, Yufei's consciousness was very tenacious, and his mental power was also very huge. He was able to pull out the consciousness entrusted to the Stormcrow when it was about to enter the black vortex. However, although his consciousness did not enter the black vortex, Yufei still felt the scene behind the vortex. It was an extremely dark and evil feeling, just like hell. Could this Set's Hell messenger really communicate with hell? Yufei was a little bit unbelievable. Just as Yufei was shocked by this fact, the Set's Hell messenger suddenly looked towards the tree where the Stormcrow was hiding, with undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. Feeling the cold eyes of the Set's Hell messenger, Yufei's heart tightened. Exposed. The second chapter will be later. I will keep updating twice a day, please give me something. Chapter 154 preempted. Damn it. It must be the influence of the black vortex that made his mental fluctuations unstable, which is why he was discovered by the Set's Hell messenger. Although the Set's Hell messenger is not a magic unit, its level 9 strength should make it easier for it to sense the fluctuating mental power. Without any hesitation, Yufei directly controlled the Stormcrow to fly out of the tree canopy and flew directly in the direction from which it came. But it was too late. The Set's Hell messenger opened his mouth and roared, and at the same time, stepped on the ground. Then a dark green energy wave and some black energy bees rushed towards the Stormcrow, which had not yet flown too high. This is the stinking bee swarm. Although the Stormcrow turned its back to the Set's Hell messenger, Yufei could see it clearly from a god's perspective. This was the appearance of the stinking bee swarm skills. The speed of the stinking bee swarm's energy wave was much faster than the flying speed of the Stormcrow, and the further forward it went, the wider the energy wave became. Although Yufei took over and controlled the Stormcrow to fly diagonally, it still could not escape the range of the rotten bee swarm, and was hit hard by the energy wave. Fortunately, Yufei's control was wise. The rotten bee swarm was just a direct energy wave after all. The Stormcrow flying diagonally was not hit by the place where the rotten bee swarm's energy was most concentrated, so it escaped. Seeing that the Stormcrow's health was almost pierced to the bottom, Yufei was also sweating coldly. This Set's Hellbringer was indeed a level 9 unit. One skill almost solved this Raptor Druid. You know, the rotten bee swarm can be regarded as a group attack skill. In other words, if the Raptor Druid or fragile units similar to the Raptor Druid gather together, it is very likely that they will be wiped out by a single skill of the Set's Hellbringer. Although the health value dropped to a very low level, this did not affect the flight of the Stormcrow. The rotten bee swarm did not cause great damage like physical attacks, but directly reduced the vitality. For ordinary creatures, this effect is even more terrifying, but as long as the wings are not cut off, even if there is only a little vitality left, the Stormcrow will still fly happily. With the impact of the energy wave of the stinking bee swarm, the Stormcrow escaped the sight of the Sets faster, and flew to the east where the Dark Knight Legion was. After giving the Stormcrow an order to fly back to the Dark Knight Legion's base, Yufei ignored him, and fell into deep thought. The battle with Sets will be a tough battle. From what I have observed, although the strength of the Night Elves has been greatly improved, if you are not careful, you may still capsize in the gutter. Among the Sets, the strongest is naturally the leader Set's Hell Messenger. It has the strength of level 9, and it is definitely not comparable to the average level 9 strength. However, in a group battle, Yufei will not be polite to it. Several heroes use skills to drown Set's Hell Messenger together, and they don't believe it will not die. But apart from the Set's Hell Envoy, the overall strength of Sets is very strong. Apart from other things, according to Euphen's rough glance, there are more than 10 sets Hell Servant of level 8, including the one that just evolved successfully. There are also about 20 sets Shadow Wizards of level 7, in addition to hundreds of sets Soul Thieves, and sets Dark Mages of level 5, as well as more sets Warriors and sets Dark Dancers. If the sets clan rushes out of the Wind Whispering Forest and rampages in the human world, it will definitely cause great chaos. With epic level powerhouses and more than a dozen legendary level powerhouses, with an average strength of silver to gold, such a force may be able to conquer a kingdom. It seems that a good tactical plan must be made. At this time, the 5 Raptor Druids have returned to the Dark Knight Legion under the order of the Elf King Euphen. Only the Raptor Druid who found the set's gathering place was seriously injured, and the Raptor Druids in the other 4 directions did not find anything. The Raptor Druid who had recovered his human form fell to the ground. A Claw Druid stepped forward and quickly cast a rejuvenation on the injured Raptor Druid to restore its health. The health of the Raptor Druid was not high, and a rejuvenation was enough to restore all of its health. Euphen saw that after the health was restored, the health of the Raptor Druid was decreasing at an extremely slow rate. After a closer look, the Raptor Druid was surrounded by a barely detectable black gas. Is this the breath of hell? Euphen remembered the black gas that almost killed the dwarf Ganji. He didn't pay much attention to it and asked a tree demon to cast purification to drive away the black gas, and Euphen didn't care about it anymore. It's really good to have a tree demon, and the purification skill is very useful, Euphen thought. However, the black air was purified, but Euphen seemed to have forgotten that the Night Elves were not like native creatures and would be eroded by the breath of hell. At this time, the sun was about to set, and the sky gradually darkened. Well, the Night Legion can set off in a while. Although the power comparison is similar, relying on the Night Elves' talent at night. Even if the battle fails, the Night Elves will have no problem retreating. Besides, who says that the Night Legion will definitely lose? If the war goes well, maybe they can win the battle in one battle, Euphen thought happily. However, at this time, Euphen suddenly felt something was wrong, and a sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. After frowning and thinking for a while, Euphen, who was worried, asked Tyran to use the reconnaissance skill to summon an invisible owl so that it flew west to check the situation again. Sure enough, the owl did not fly far before discovering the situation. What appeared in front of Euphen was the Sets clan he had just met. At this time, the Sets were less than 3 kilometers away from the Wolf Dog camp. Euphen took a quick look and found that there were about 800 Sets, almost all of them. Among them, Euphen saw the Sets leader, the Sets Hell Envoy, as well as 9 Sets Hell Slaves and more than a dozen Sets Shadow Wizards. What's going on? Euphen was shocked. These Sets were obviously heading for the Dark Knight Legion. How did the Sets find out where the Dark Knight Legion was? Besides, it was just a crow. Was it necessary for the Sets to almost go out in full force? At this time, Euphen suddenly remembered the black hair on the injured Raptor Druid. By the way, the Night Elves would not be eroded by the breath of hell, so the black hair was strange. Euphen thought that the black air might be a state, just like the Raptor Druid's fairy fire, which could obtain the vision of the unit with the state attached. Then, it was no wonder that the Sets came with all their strength. No, there is no time to think so much, we must quickly organize to fight. The distance of 3 kilometers, according to the movement speed of these Sets, it will only take 3 or 4 minutes, we must quickly organize defense. Fortunately, I felt something was wrong for no reason, so I asked the owl to conduct reconnaissance. Otherwise, if we were attacked by surprise, we would definitely lose a lot of Night Elves and Wild Wolves. I was really careless, thinking that Sets would not discover our side, and I was about to attack them, but I was attacked by others. I must learn from the lesson in the future, whether it is when marching or stationing, I must be prepared. The storm crows transformed by the Raptor Druid in the sky and the Huntress on the ground can find any enemy. The energy owls deployed by the Huntress can see invisible units and have a wider field of view. The black hair on the Raptor Druid has been dispelled, and I think Set's Hell Messenger can no longer find out the situation in the Wolf Dog camp. In this case, Euphen had previously let all the units of the Night Legion rest. The set's hell messenger must have thought that the night elves were all sleeping, or at least they were still resting. After all, it was almost night. This is where we can use it. Euphony asked the Night Legion to quickly withdraw from the Wolfhound camp and disappear into the surrounding woods. Only the mountain giants remained in the camp to show the sets that the Night Legion was still resting in the camp. There was no way. The mountain giants were too big, and they would be discovered if they hid in the woods with a little careful look. Moreover, the set's hell messenger must have seen the mountain giants through the vision of the raptor druid. If he didn't see them from a distance, sets would definitely be alert. Anyway, the mountain giants are thick-skinned and difficult to kill, so it's better to take advantage of the situation and lead the sets into the Wolfhound camp. Use the mountain giants to attract firepower and catch the turtle in the jar. In the forest, the night elves were like fish in water, and the huge team took less than a minute to hide perfectly in the woods. If no one knew in advance, it would be difficult for anyone to discover that there was an ambush team. It just happened that it was already nighttime, and the night elves with the talent of shadow mold, such as huntresses and archers, could directly become invisible, making it even harder to be discovered. As for the feral wolves, they originally lived in this whispering wind forest, so they naturally knew how to hide themselves, so Euphony didn't have to worry about it. Relying on the owl being in stealth mode, Tyrant controlled the owl to fly directly over the set's troops, observing their every move. When they were 1 kilometer close to the Wolf Dog Point Man tribe, the set's hell messenger roared softly, and the sets immediately became much more cautious. When seeing the mountain giants in the Wolf Dog Point Man tribe from afar, the set's hell messenger showed excitement in his eyes. Chapter 2. There are so few subscriptions in these chapters. 2 updates don't seem to have much effect. Chapter 155. The first strike is controlled by others. For the set's hell envoy, the hill dwarves are wild monsters that he usually kills at too low in level, so their corpses can only be used to increase the power of other sets and are useless to him. Through the vision of the raptor druid, the set's hell envoy found many creatures whose momentum is only 1 level lower than his. If all the creatures in this camp are killed and then transformed with hell sacrifices, his own strength can be greatly improved, and the overall strength of sets can be greatly improved, including those sets shadow wizards and sets hell slaves. It is possible to go further. Approaching the camp about 500 meters away, the sets became more cautious. Although most of the strength of the set's clan was brought out, according to the observation of the set's hell envoy, the creatures in this camp are not weak. If they are discovered, it will definitely be a hard battle, and it will be bad if the gains do not outweigh the losses. When they were still 200 or 300 meters away from the tattered wooden wall of the Wolf Dog Man camp, the trees had become very sparse, and the figures of the sets were revealed. Seeing this situation, and the distance was very close, the set's hell messenger roared to the sky, and all the sets roared, suddenly accelerated, and rushed towards the camp in front of them. There was no need to hide anything at this time. If the sets charged at full speed, it would only take 10 seconds, and the creatures in the camp would definitely not be able to react. Even if they reacted, it would be difficult to organize a defense. All the sets were confident that they seemed to have already tasted the taste of blood, and they longed for the feeling of cutting the enemy's body with a sickle in their hands. The set's hell messenger, who was about to rush into the camp, suddenly felt something was wrong. So many sets were about to rush into the camp. Why didn't the creatures inside make any sound? They couldn't be completely alert, right? However, seeing that the mountain giants were still in the camp, Set's hell messenger temporarily put his mind at ease. He blasted open the not so tall wall with the force of thunder and led the sets into the camp. Boom. Without any suspense, Set's hell messenger's attack shattered the wall and opened a huge gap. The moment he rushed into the camp, Set's hell messenger cried out in his heart, "Oh no." Looking around, there were only 10 huge stone giants in this small camp, and no one else. However, Set's hell messenger had not thought that the Night Elves wanted to launch a counter-attack. He thought that the Night Elves had discovered his sneak attack from a distance and retreated in advance. As for these 10 stone giants, they should have been abandoned by those creatures because they were too slow to move and stayed in this camp to block his pursuit. Set's hell messenger hesitated. Should we deal with these 10 stone giants? If it is not solved, it would be really unpleasant to go out and not satisfy the desire for killing. And if fighting with these 10 stone giants, it is not known whether there will be any gains. Who knows whether these giants with stone appearance are flesh and blood creatures, and stones cannot be used for sacrifice. Besides, these stone giants look strong. If they fight, Set's Hell Messenger is sure that his side can easily win, but there will definitely be losses. If he cannot sacrifice in the end, wouldn't it be a loss? Just as Set's Hell Messenger hesitated, a scream suddenly came from behind him. Although it was a sneak attack, the sets also maintained a formation with melee units in front and ranged units in the back. At this time, most of the melee sets, such as Set's Soul Thieves and Set's Warriors, have already rushed into the camp, but the ranged troops are still outside the camp. It's bad. Set's Hell Messenger was shocked. Could it be that these creatures have the courage to ambush? Looking back, it was indeed the case. Outside the camp, the Set's Dark Dancers, Set's Dark Wizards, Shadow Wizards, etc. were drowned by the rain of arrows. More than 100 giant wolves rushed out of the woods and fought with Set's ranged troops. In the first round of shooting, all archers used their skills, so the damage to Set's magic units was particularly great. The Set's magic units, which were already thin and fragile, fell down under the rain of arrows. When they were about to counterattack, a glimmer suddenly flashed in the center of the Set's mage troops, but nothing appeared. This was of course the effect of Maev's flash, but the permanent invisibility made her not show her figure. Without hesitation, Maev quickly cast the Smoker Screen skill. The place where the Set's mage troops were located was suddenly shrouded by some blue smoke, and the Set's mages could not see anything clearly. After the smoke screen appeared, all the Set's mages who were about to cast spells to counterattack were horrified to find that the shadow arrows or dark orbs that they used to be so good at could not be released at this time. Because the Set's mages were standing relatively densely, and the second level smoke screen already covered a large area, almost all the Set's mages were shrouded in the smoke screen, and could not cast any spells. After casting the smoke screen, Maev quickly rotated her body again, and with a sound of whoosh whoosh whoosh, some energy blades radiated out from Maev as the center, causing huge damage to every Set's mage hit. Then, Maev threw a dark green energy dagger at a Set's shadow wizard, and began to wander in the smoke screen, harvesting the lives of Set's mages one by one with the ratchet in her hand. The Night Elves would not miss such a great opportunity. While the enemy could not fight back, and could not even see the position of the Night Elves clearly, archers, huntresses, dryads and even 10 raptor druids attacked the Set's mage troops shrouded in smoke. For a time, arrows and moon blades flew in the smoke, wooden spears and magic balls were the same color, and all the long-range firepower of the Night Elves was concentrated on these poor Set's mages. Because the attacks of the Night Elves had a slight automatic tracking effect, Maev was not worried about being injured by mistake, but continued to roam in the smoke, looking for higher level Set's mages to kill. The Set's Hell Messenger looked back and saw the smoke covering his own mage troops and the enemy's various attacks flying into the smoke. Seeing this, the Set's Hell Messenger secretly cried out that it was not good and was naturally furious. He immediately ordered the melee sets to rush out of the camp as quickly as possible to support the Set's mage troops. As for itself, of course, it rushed out of the camp with other melee sets. Although it has long-range attack skills such as the Stinking Bee Swarm, the attack range of the Stinking Bee Swarm is not as far as 300 or 400 meters. Set's Hell Envoy's idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Eupheny obviously did not leave the 10 mountain giants in the camp as mascots. When all the melee sets just set off and prepared to rescue the Set's mage troops according to the boss's order, a low voice came to his ears. Hearing this voice, Set suddenly felt angry for some reason, and his head was hot. The body that was about to rush out immediately turned 180 degrees and rushed towards the 10 mountain giants with a vicious look. This is the effect of the mountain giant's taunt. Under the influence of the taunt skill, the melee sets in the camp regarded the mountain giant as the first target of attack. Even Set's Hell Envoy was no exception. However, the Set's Hell Envoy is a level 9 creature. The effect of mental magic on it is extremely small. The taunt only attracted it for less than half a second. Just by turning around, the Set's Hell Envoy reacted and got rid of the taunt. Seeing that other sets did not rescue the set's mages according to his orders, the set's hell envoy shouted angrily, but the melee sets affected by the taunt seemed to be deaf to it and continued to pounce on the mountain giants and launched an attack. These melee sets, who are generally level 4 or 5, are not as strong as the set's hell envoy, so they will naturally be bewitched for a long time. And the sickles of these sets hit the mountain giants, or the legs. With the height of these sets, they can only reach the legs of the mountain giants. The attack of low-level sets only caused a symphony of clang, snap to the mountain giants. Only a few sets hell slaves could cause some damage to the mountain giants. If 9 level 8 sets hell slaves attacked a mountain giant at the same time, except for Tino, I'm afraid the other 9 mountain giants would not be able to withstand a few attacks. However, the mountain giants were standing in a very coquettish manner. Every taunt of an ordinary mountain giant just happened to seduce a set's hell slave, so it was naturally not too stressful to carry it. As for Tino's task, it was to contain the set's hell messenger. Taunting did not have much effect on the set's hell messenger, which surprised Tino a little, but thinking of the task assigned to him by the Night Elves king designated by the father god, Tino was not affected, but released a landslide skill towards the area where the set's hell messenger was, bringing the set's hell messenger and some low-level sets around it into a short state of dizziness. Then Tino took a quick step, and in a few steps he reached the side of the set's hell messenger and swung his arm fiercely at him. On the way, Tino also stepped on a few unlucky set's warriors. There are very few recommended votes and subscriptions, which is very discouraging. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. The situation is favorable. Just as Set's hell envoy recovered from dizziness, a huge stone stick with a whistling sound came crashing down on him. However, Set's hell envoy was indeed a 9th level warrior. He waved his arms and held Tino's arm with his sickle. He was not hurt at all, but the ground could not withstand the strong force, causing his feet to sink into the ground. On the contrary, a deep mark appeared on Tino's hard stone arm. After resisting Tino's attack, Set's hell envoy did not want to get too entangled with Tino, but dodged and retreated, preparing to leave the camp to rescue his mage troops. Although other melee sets were bewitched by the enemy's mental magic, Set's hell envoy believed that in a few seconds, these sets would get rid of this effect. But in a few seconds, many sets mages would be killed by the enemy's cold arrows. Set's hell envoy was confident that he could save the situation by himself with his strength. So it had no intention of fighting with Tino, and turned around to rush out a distance, releasing skills to rescue its men. But the Night Elves would naturally not give Set's Hellbringer this opportunity. A silver-white light fell quickly from the sky, causing some damage to Set's Hellbringer, and putting it into a dizzy state. This was Luna's moonlight. Then, Tyran's moon goddess arrow put Set's Hellbringer into a dizzy state for several seconds, just when he had just recovered from the dizziness. While the landslide, moonlight, and moon goddess's arrow brought Set's Hellbringer a total of nearly 10 seconds of dizziness, Set's mage army was greatly damaged. After being plundered by the arrow rain moon blade, wooden spear magic ball and may have hidden in the smoke, Set's mage army had dropped from about 300 to 100, becoming more than 200. At this time, the smoke had dissipated, and Set's mages could finally fight back. The first target they aimed at was, of course, Maiev, who had caused all this. More than 200 Set's mages attacked with hatred, unleashing their best skills on Maiev, who had just harvested the life of a Set's shadow wizard, and had not yet had time to turn invisible. For a moment, the place where Maiev stood was completely submerged by the dark sphere, dark arrows, and shadow arrows. However, in this dark and wide-ranging attack with no dead angles, Maiev, who seemed to be in a desperate situation, had a mocking smile on her lips. Then, before all kinds of attacks came, a glimmer of light flashed where Maiev was, and she disappeared just like that. This was a blatant teasing. All the surviving Set's mages were furious. After suffering great casualties, even the only punching bag escaped directly. This made all the set's mages have nowhere to vent their anger, which was pent up in their chests and nowhere to vent, making them extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, dozens of creatures with deer bodies in the lower half and human bodies in the upper half suddenly appeared in front of the set's mages. The direction from which these dozens of creatures came out was exactly the direction from which the attacks just now came. Without a moment's hesitation, the set's mages immediately released their attack spells again, shooting at these dozens of newly appeared creatures. In the eyes of these set's mages, the strange creatures that were half human and half deer were naturally the tree elves of the Night Elves. Looking at the dark magic balls, dark arrows, shadow arrows and other spells flying towards them quickly, dozens of tree elves were not panicked at all. They slowly threw the wooden spears with green light on the tips of their hands and shot them at their selected targets. They looked as if nothing had happened, and it was obvious that they did not take the attacks of these set's mages seriously. Although the tree elves launched the attack later, the speed of the wooden spears they threw was very fast. Compared with the attacks of the set's mages, they were able to arrive first, after launching the attack later, and accurately hit dozens of set's mages, and put them into a poisoned state. In order to maximize the effect of the poison attack, the tree demons did not attack together, so this round of attack did not kill any of the set's wizards. But overall, this output is the highest. Seeing the tree demons throwing wooden spears, the set's wizards determined that the strange creatures in front of them had just participated in the attack on them. So when they saw that their attacks were about to fall on these creatures, they all had a grim smile on their faces. But soon, this smile with bloodthirstiness and revenge froze. Their attacks fell on the tree demons, like a pile of bubbles hitting a reef, bursting directly like bubbles, without causing any harm to the tree demons. Only a few tree demons hit by the shadow arrows of the set's shadow wizards groaned and took a few steps back, but they were obviously not hurt too much. Seeing this scene, Eupheli understood. It seems that the magic immunity of the tree demons has a much smaller effect on magic cast by units of level 7 and above. Moreover, because the shadow arrow of Set's shadow wizard is a regular skill like Tyrann's scorching arrow, not a cooldown skill, the effect is greatly reduced. But Eupheli is already very satisfied with this. Most of the so-called military mage groups on the mainland are composed of mages below the Golden Grand Mage. High-level mages naturally don't need to hang out in the army unless they voluntarily make a contribution to the country, but this situation rarely occurs. Mages, especially higher-level mages, are relatively indifferent. Then, the magic immunity effect of the tree demons is enough. Ignoring magic attacks of gold level and below, this is enough to make the tree demons a nightmare for the mage troops on the battlefield. The set's mages who encountered the spell failure for the first time were also stunned, and when they were shocked by the situation in front of them, another round of attacks from the Night Elves arrived. The set's mages only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and suddenly dozens of figures riding black panthers and wearing armor emerged from the air 20 to 30 meters away from them. Then, these figures threw the moon blades in their hands towards them. Other moon blades that kept bouncing between the set's mages made these evil creatures, who had always been killing others and watching others scream in pain again. The continuous rain of arrows made the set's mages feel like adding insult to injury. These suddenly appearing female hunters naturally did not have the blink skill like Maev, but when the smoke was about to dissipate, they used their innate shadow teleportation to disappear out of thin air and ambushed only 20 to 30 meters away from the set's mage troops. Another round of attacks caused the set's mage troops to lose a lot of members, and the feral wolves and other melee creatures that followed made them even more flustered. Finally recovering from his dizziness, Set's envoy took a look and found that his mage army was only about 150, and even the Set's shadow wizards he relied on had been reduced from 12 to 7. He could not help but get furious. At this time, the melee Sets in the camp had also recovered from the taunting state. Set's envoy roared, and all the melee Sets abandoned the useless mountain giants that they had been chopping for a long time, rushed out of the camp in a vicious manner, and rushed towards the tree elves, huntresses, and wild wolves who were still attacking the Set's mage army. As the leader, Set's envoy naturally took the lead and rushed to the front. After reaching the range of his skill release, Set's Hell Envoy pointed his hand to the ground, and the 12 Set's mages stood up with black hair all over their bodies, and participated in the attack on the Night Elves and the Wild Wolves. This is the skill of controlling corpses. Then, together with the other mid-level and higher-level Sets behind him, he pointed at the corpses of the Set's mages on the ground. A burst of green light suddenly appeared on those corpses, and more than 200 skeletons stood up. This is the skill of summoning skeletons. This is what Euphony hates most about Sets. You take great pains to deal with other Sets, but when the mid-level and higher-level Sets use the skill of summoning skeletons, the corpses can form combat power again. However, with the tree demon, Euphony did not care too much about these skeleton warriors. Dozens of tree demons used a purification skill each, and the skeletons they aimed at were directly broken apart and scattered into a pile of dry bones. However, these dry bones can no longer be summoned as skeleton warriors. However, there are only dozens of tree demons after all, and there are more than 200 skeleton warriors summoned, so it will take about half a minute for the tree demons to completely deal with these skeleton warriors with the purification skill. During this period, the skeleton warriors and the melee Sets who rushed to the battlefield caused many wild wolves to be injured or even killed. The sacred giant wolf charging into the Set's wizard camp howled to the sky, and after a sacred combo instantly killed an already injured Set's shadow wizard, it released another sacred shockwave, and then led the wild wolves to retreat according to Euphony's order. The sacred shockwave of the sacred giant wolf was facing the Set's Hell Messenger. There was also a sense of testing strength. The Set's Hell Messenger had a gloomy face, released a swarm of rotten bees, and rushed up to meet the sacred shockwave. The 9th level is worthy of being the 9th level. Although the rotten bees of the Set's Hell Messenger only had a little green light, after dispersing the sacred shockwave of the sacred giant wolf, they still rushed out for a distance before disappearing, which was obviously stronger than the sacred shockwave. But the Set's Hell Messenger did not seem to be happy at all when he saw this scene. Its mage army is now scattered, and behind it is a series of teng footsteps, followed by a mocking roar. Suddenly I realized that after this chapter was released, the Eternal Tree has exceeded 400,000 words. Well, this also means that the book has gone through a quarter to a fifth of the journey. Take this opportunity to ask for subscriptions and rewards. Don't let Hongchen lose confidence in the effect of the 2 updates. Chapter 157 Attackers and Defenders. That's right, after the melee Sets rushed out of the camp, the mountain giants followed suit. Under the influence of the taunt, all the melee Sets in the taunt range were attracted to the mountain giants again, and launched a meaningless attack on them. However, because they were no longer in the relatively small environment of the camp, the melee Sets were almost all scattered, so this time only about half of the melee Sets were seduced back by the taunt, and the others followed the order of their leader, the Set's Hell Messenger, to rescue the Set's mage troops. But when they arrived, the wild wolves that were raging in the Set's mage camp had already retreated. Even the female hunter retreated to the surrounding woods after throwing another round of moonblades and quickly entered the shadow escape state. Only the tree demon was still throwing wooden spears slowly, bringing more Sets into the poisoned state. At the same time, the night elf archers were still shooting cold arrows in the woods. This put the Sets in a dilemma. If they rushed into the forest to hunt down the night elves, who knew if there would be an ambush? Besides, the mountain giants behind them had tied up a large part of the Set's military strength. If they surrounded and killed the mountain giants, the various attacks in the woods would make the Sets overwhelmed, and the mountain giants could not be dealt with in a short time. The Set's Hell Envoy did not hesitate for too long. Of course, there was not much time for it to hesitate. After a little thought, the Set's Hell Envoy ordered the melee Sets who were not tied down by the mountain giants' taunts to protect the remaining Set's mage troops and retreat to the camp behind them. Bypassing the mountain giants who were standing in front of the camp wall, and who did not care about the attacks of the melee Sets attracted by the taunts, it was a roundabout way to say it, the Set's Hell Envoy led his men to retreat into the camp, where the night elves were originally stationed. The mountain giants who received Euphony's order did not seduce the Sets again, but gradually moved away from the camp, and stood in front of the tree demon team. At this time, there was no need to hide in the woods. The night elves all walked out of the woods, whether they were melee units or ranged units with a closer attack distance. Only the archers, because of their extremely long range and thin skin and fragile blood, stayed in the woods and prepared to continue to shoot arrows secretly. Of course, as a leader, Eupheli and a group of heroes walked out of the woods, although the Elf King Eupheli and Tyrant could hide in the woods and attack the camp. At this time, the situation became that the sets relied on the camp and took a defensive posture against the Night Elves outside the camp. Compared with the situation at the beginning, when the Night Elves were almost ambushed, this time can be said to be a perfect offensive and defensive position. However, although the sets were trapped in the camp, Eupheli did not expect to solve all the sets in front of him this time. Although the Night Elves are in an advantageous position according to the current situation, if the sets are really pushed into a corner, and the sets, who have the advantage in numbers, are desperate to fight to the death, it is still unknown who will win or lose. Under the series of attacks by the Night Elves just now, although the sets in close combat did not suffer much damage, the sets mage troops lost more than half. Originally, the set's Hell Messengers brought 300 magic units this time. This is almost all the magic units of the sets. After the saturation attack of the Night Elf ranged troops, the set's mage troops were less than 150, and the original 12 level 7 sets Shadow Wizards were reduced by half, leaving only 6. Among them, 5 sets Shadow Wizards were harvested by Maiev when the smokescreen was shrouded, and Maiev also accumulated enough experience to upgrade the hero from level 5 to level 6, but could not upgrade to level 6 due to bottleneck reasons. The head-on attack on sets this time reduced the number of sets mage troops by half, and the main credit goes to Maiev. Needless to say, the effect of the smokescreen, the attacks of the set's mages covered by the smokescreen were disabled, and they became live targets. In addition to the smokescreen, Maiev's Night Foray caused all sets mages to suffer heavy damage. This is also one of the reasons why these sets mages died so quickly under the arrows. Maiev is worthy of being a mage killer. Standing in the center of the Night Elves, the Elf King Eupheli, with a face full of pretentious expression, couldn't help but admire in his heart. If it weren't for Maiev, this counterattack would definitely not have achieved such an effect. Eupheli didn't expect beforehand that under various coincidences, he actually disabled half of set's mage troops at the beginning. If the melee sets were not eager to attack the camp and leave the mage troops outside the wall, Maiev would not have been given this opportunity. If Eupheli had not been afraid that sets would not take the bait, because he could not see the obvious target mountain giants, and left the mountain giants in the camp, the melee sets would not have been pinned down, making them unable to protect set's magic units in time. It was under these coincidences that Eupheli achieved his first victory, which he did not expect. However, Set's retreat to the camp put him in a dilemma. If he attacked by force, he really did not have the ability. If he just ran away, he would be a little unwilling. Is this the feeling of being useless? Forget it, let's try it out. Eupheli thought about it, not seeking merit but no fault, so he let the mountain giants work harder and test the strength of Sets on the front battlefield. Anyway, with the Claw Druid as a nanny behind him, he didn't worry about the mountain giants being killed. After receiving Eupheli's order, Tino and the other 9 mountain giants roared, then threw away their 10-meter long legs and rushed towards the already broken wall with the force of thunder. Boom. The wolf dog human tribe wall, which had been destroyed many times, finally died. Under the impact of the 10 mountain giants from different directions, it became fragmented. The mountain giants who rushed into the camp did not dare to taunt directly this time. If they accidentally attracted all the attacks of the sets in the camp, whether melee or ranged, the Claw Druid's rejuvenation would not be able to rescue them in time. But this time the sets did not want to be as chaotic as before. Although it took only about a minute for the whole camp to enter, the sets had already divided into teams and arranged in formation under the command of the sets Hell Messenger, and they immediately looked well organized. At the command of the set's Hell Envoy, 9 sets Hell Servant, each with a part of melee sets, surrounded an ordinary mountain giant, while it faced Tino alone. As for the set's mages, they were firmly protected in the center, and no mountain giant could get close to them. These set's mages were also furious at this time. The experience just now was simply a shame for them. All along, because of their relatively small number and the natural advantage of ranged units over melee units, the status of Set's mages in the entire Set's tribe was higher than that of half of the Set's warriors. However, in this plundering operation, not only did the set's mages not achieve any results, but they lost half of their troops within half a minute under the enemy's attack. In the end, they had to rely on the melee sets for rescue to escape the dilemma of being slaughtered. How could the set's mages, who usually think highly of themselves, not be angry? Just now, dozens of half-human half-deer creatures appeared, seemingly to serve as a punching bag for the set's mages to vent their anger, and they walked out of the woods where they were hiding. However, the ineffectiveness of the spells dealt a greater blow to the set's mages. Now there were 10 huge targets in front of them, which made all the surviving set's mages excited. The excited set's mages couldn't wait to launch attacks, but the results disappointed them again. Although the spells they released did not dissipate as exaggeratedly when hitting the mountain giants as when hitting the tree monsters, the attacks of the middle and low level set's mages only formed a tiny stone pit on the mountain giants. And this tiny stone pit in the eyes of the ordinary set's mages is naturally not even a tickle for the huge body of the mountain giant. Only the shadow arrows of the set's shadow wizards can bring a certain amount of damage to the mountain giants with anti-magic skin, but it is not very high. But there were only 6 set's shadow wizards left, so their attacks were just a drop in the bucket for the mountain giant's extremely high health. They had no effect at all. This situation made all the set's mages crestfallen for a while. Are we really so useless? Or are these new biological groups in the forest specifically designed to restrain magic units? Compared with the incompetence of the set's mages, the melee sets fought well. Apart from anything else, the level 8 set's Hell Servant alone was a big threat to the mountain giants. In addition, the level 5 set's Soul Thief also had a weakened version of the mana burning skill, so the mountain giants' health dropped quickly. This was reflected in the stone chips that kept falling off their bodies. Seeing that their attacks were effective, the melee sets were secretly happy, and the sickles in their hands were swung more vigorously. But the next situation ruined the good mood of the melee sets. I saw some creatures in the camp outside the camp raise their hands in the air, and a faint light appeared on the stone giants that were originally covered with flying stone chips. Then the scars on the stone giants that were originally scratched gradually healed and soon disappeared. This is the effect of the Claw Druid's rejuvenation. Hanchan went to buy a notebook today. I was busy all day and just finished one chapter. I will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 158, Retreat for the time being. With the support of the Claw Druid's rejuvenation, the mountain giants miraculously fought against hundreds of sets with only 10 of them. However, this scene was only a flash in the pan. When the set's Hell Messenger roared and all the sets showed their power, the mountain giants could not hold on. In fact, the main reason for not being able to hold on was the few sets shadow wizards. When the remaining few sets shadow wizards found that the glimmer on the mountain giants could bring healing effects, they suddenly had an idea and gave up continuing to release shadow arrows that had no great effect and instead switched to purification skills. Under purification, the healing effect on the mountain giants was naturally interrupted and the marks on their bodies gradually increased. In Newfeda's eyes, this was a continuous decrease in health. Alas, there was no way rejuvenation could be dispelled by purification, and purification skills generally had no cooling time, so it was impossible for the mountain giants to withstand the attacks of sets alone. As expected, after the rejuvenation failed, the melee sets also began to exert their strength. The first were the 9 level 8 sets Hell Servants. They jumped high and jumped onto the shoulders of the mountain giants they were fighting, holding sickles and slashing at the necks of the mountain giants, which were much thinner than their bodies. Other low and medium level melee sets also organized themselves spontaneously and attacked the same part of the mountain giant at the same time. Although due to space problems, all the sets surrounding a mountain giant could not attack in one place, but it was also very effective. After all, except for Tino, the other mountain giants were only ordinary level, and it was really unbearable to face the crazy offensive of the sets. Their health points began to drop rapidly, and they were already in danger. Although Tino was the first elite mountain giant, it was not easy for him to face the level 9 set's Hell Messenger, and he could only hold on. Alas, Newfeda sighed. Forget it, let's just let these sets go this time. Although the situation will definitely improve after the ranged troops are put into battle, it is still difficult to win. At least the mountain giants will soon be sacrificed. Without the melee units in the front, the fragile Night Elves in the back will be in danger. What? You mean the wild wolves? Do you think more than 100 wild wolves can withstand the impact of 500 sets? Speaking of which, Yufei also felt very speechless. The melee troops on the set's side seemed to target the wild wolves. The level 9 set's Hell Envoy can definitely easily suppress the Holy Giant Wolf, which is only level 8 and has not yet reached its peak, even with the addition of the Shadow Demon Tiger. The 9 level 6 Terror Wolves have to face the same 9, but 2 levels higher set's Hell Servant. Even with the addition of various buffs such as Roar, the Mind Fire of the Kobold Diviner, and Bloodthirst, the Terror Wolves can't fight. There are more than 100 level 4 Savage Wolves. There are nearly 100 sets Soul Thieves. So there are still as many as 400 sets Warriors left. Although he was a little unwilling, he had to let these sets go this time. After all, the Night Elves were the ones who were ambushed, and no battle plan had been decided yet. After thinking it through, Yufei stopped struggling, and ordered all the ranged units to pour 2 rounds of firepower on the sets to cover the mountain giant's retreat. Then, under the cover of the woods, the Night Elves began to move to the north. Of course, the tall figures of the mountain giants were difficult to block, so they could only take big steps and run to the north without concealing. Yufei also considered that, if he went south, he would inevitably lead the sets to the Warcraft mountains, and then his own body would be in danger. Although Yufei was confident that his own body was not so easy to be destroyed, it was still better to be careful. However, although the Night Elves were the retreating party, it was the Night Elves who really took advantage. In this battle initiated by sets, the Night Elves suffered no losses, except that a few wild wolves were unable to retreat when the wild wolves attacked the set's mage camp and were surrounded and killed by the melee sets who followed closely. However, the sets, who were originally the attacking party, did not achieve any results, except occupying the already scattered camp of the Wolfhound tribe. Occupy the camp. Occupy your sister. Set's Hell Messenger was very upset now. The result of going out in full force was that more than half of his mage troops were lost. If Set's Hell Messenger was not strong enough and had the skill of Hell Sacrifice, he might not be able to suppress the excited sets. Looking at the mountain giants that were gradually moving away, and the Night Elves that could be vaguely seen in the woods, Set's Hell Messenger's eyes were full of coldness. Half an hour later, Tyrant summoned an owl again, and controlled it to fly back to the Wolfhound camp for reconnaissance. Then, she walked to the Elf King Yufei and bent down slightly. My king, those sets have retreated from that camp. Judging from the traces on the road, they should have retreated to their nests. Tyrant said respectfully to Yufei. Although they didn't know that the Elf King Yufei was the incarnation of their father, the ancient tree, the orders issued by Yufei's original body and the strong divine favor aura on the Elf King Yufei made all the Night Elves recognize Yufei's identity as the so-called Elf King, including several heroes who were originally the top leaders. Hearing Tyrant's words, Yufei nodded slightly. Although the soul is the main base, Yufei has the vision of all the units of the Night Elves, including the summoned units. But other Night Elves don't know it. The superficial work still needs to be done. Yufei doesn't want Tyrant and the others to act like a god after knowing that this body of his is the incarnation of their father. Yufei still likes this face-to-face contact with the Night Elves. Opening his mouth, a very jolly voice came out. Although these sets have abandoned that camp, we have to guard against their return. Let's camp in the forest where the great, glorious, and righteous Father God descended, or the original ogre camp is also good. For some reason, the king in front of him always adds a lot of praise modifiers when talking about the Father God. Maybe this is one of the reasons why the king is favored by God. This thought came to Tyrant's mind. She was innocent and naturally didn't know that this was a manifestation of extreme narcissism of a certain otaku. As for how the Elf King Yufei knew that there was no camp in the place where the Father God descended before, Tyrant didn't investigate it deeply. In her opinion, this was naturally told by the Great Father God. According to the order of Yufei's original body, all Night Elves must unconditionally obey the command of the Elf King Yufei. So after Tyrant withdrew, the Night Legion began to move quickly to the north, rushing to the forest where Yufei first descended. In the previous battle, the purple dragon Rhea did not appear at all. This was because Yufei considered that, even if Rhea had participated in the battle, it would still not form an overwhelming situation. After thinking about it, Yufei still let Red hide as a trump card. But there was nothing to hide at this time. Purple Dragon Red soared over the Dark Knight Legion, looking around from time to time and observing the surroundings. In the battle just now, in addition to Purple Dragon Red, the Dark Knight Legion also had a few soy sauce people, Gargant and his dwarves. The battle just now was very refreshing for the dwarves, and it also gave them a clear understanding of the strength of the Night Elves. Among the sets that appeared just now, Gargant had seen almost all kinds of sets, except the set's Hell Messenger. Therefore, he also had a clear understanding of the strength of these sets. Among the set's troops that entered the Stone Attack tribe, there was only one set's Hell Servant and set's Shadow Wizard as the leader, and the total number of sets was about 100. In this way, the Stone tribe, which believed that it was not weak, was easily destroyed. And the Night Elves faced 800 sets, but they killed nearly 200 of them with almost no casualties. 6 of the set's Shadow Wizards who had performed so horribly in the battle that destroyed the tribe died at once. This shocked Gargant and the strength of the Night Elves. At the same time, it also caused him to think deeply. It is said that the Elf King Court would not sit idly by and watch an elf tribe of such strength wander outside. Even if they were not recruited to the Elf King Court, they should be included in the Elf Council. Apart from anything else, with the strength of those tribal leaders, they could occupy a seat in the Elf Elders Council. However, even such a powerful elf tribe was not known by any forces on the continent. It seemed that the elves themselves did not know. And there was no news of elf activities in the Warcraft mountains. So where did these powerful elves come from? Even if it was an elf tribe that had been hidden from the world, why did they walk out of the Warcraft mountains now? This made Gargant think deeply. Captain, what are you doing? Let's go. A shout woke up Gargant, who was thinking. Looking up, it turned out that it was Gangji who was calling him to keep up with the team. Shaking his head, Gargant gave up thinking. In the past, I would have considered the Stone Tribe, but now that the Stone Tribe no longer exists, what does it have to do with me? What this Night Elf tribe wants to do? Looking at Gangji, who was looking at him with concern, Gargantuan felt warm in his heart. Who cares? As long as these tribesmen who still recognize me as the captain can live well, that's enough. Hongchen may have to break his promise to date at my full attendance. Chapter 159 Night Attack. The place where Yufei landed was just over an hour away from the Wolf Dog camp. Because they had walked a distance to the north before, it took less than an hour for Yufei to lead the Dark Knight Legion back to the place where he first landed. Looking at the bare empty land, Yufei felt as if he was in another world. Although it had only been more than a month since he traveled through time, he was now more confident than when he first landed. Even if he couldn't return to Earth, with the current and soon to be stronger strength of the Night Elves, he could live well. Even, it was possible to become the master of this world. Didn't the protagonists in the novels become the supreme god, the lord of the realm, or something like that? Despite this, Yufei still wanted to return to Earth in his heart. Although he might be able to ascend to the highest position in the Slays continent, there were no relatives and friends that he cared about here. Yufei had a hunch that it would only be a matter of time before he returned to Earth. Although he didn't know where this feeling came from, Yufei was convinced of it. Just when Yufei fell into a trance, Tyrann's request woke him up. Waving his hand, he asked Tyrann to arrange for the Night Elves and the Wild Wolves to rest in the open space between the trees. The Elf King Yufei led some troops to the north. Looking back at Maiev, who followed his orders, Yufei was secretly happy. Maiev, who has the permanent invisibility skill, is really suitable as a personal guard. Although she is not as resistant and capable as Illidan, as a surprise soldier at a critical moment, Maiev can burst out with strong combat power and rely on skills such as smokescreen to entangle the enemy, allowing Yufei to retreat calmly. After Yufei retreated, it was also extremely easy for Maiev to leave the battlefield by herself. Blink plus permanent invisibility is simply unsolvable. Yufei has decided in his heart that when he enters the human world in a while, he must bring Maiev as a personal guard. In addition to Maiev being suitable for this position, Yufei is also looking forward to a beautiful woman's close protection. Yufei's destination for travel is the ogre camp. Because the ogres in the ogre camp had been completely wiped out, Yufei did not bring many of his men with him. In addition to Maiev, he only brought Avril and 10 elite female hunters. The ogre camp was not far from where Yufei landed. 10 minutes later, the small team, which was advancing at full speed under Yufei's command, arrived in front of the ogre camp. From a normal perspective, this ogre camp is still very magnificent. The wall of the camp only looks very solid. Of course, it would be better if there were no gaps caused by the glaive throwers at that time. This time, there is no need to go through the gaps caused by the strong attack to enter the camp in front of us. Yufei led his men to walk in from the gate of the camp leisurely. After entering the camp, Yufei looked at the houses around him, which were already relatively dilapidated, but neatly laid out, and couldn't help but feel a little bit of returning to civilized society. As expected, just like in the novel, relying on highly cohesive sociality and various buildings, humans can become the relative overlord of SLAs despite the natural disadvantage of not having as strong talents as other races. What? Did they become the overlord because of their fast reproduction and large population? Yufei thought this was nonsense. Apart from other things, the orcs of the pig tribe reproduce much faster than humans, but they have not become the overlord of the continent. Walking in this camp built by humans, Yufei thought about the situation when he attacked human cities in the future. According to what he knew, the solidity of the walls of ordinary human cities was actually equivalent to the walls of this camp. After all, this was a foundation established by the second son of a great duke for himself. The financial resources spent on building the camp alone were enough to buy a small city. In this way, ordinary cities can be easily broken through with glaive throwers, but those large cities and even the imperial city should not be able to withstand the glaive throwers. Therefore, we still need to have more mountain giants, and let the mountain giants pull up trees and switch to siege mode when attacking the city, so that it is easier to break through large human cities. While thinking, Yufei had already walked to the hall in the center of the camp. Without hesitation, Yufei quickly walked into the hall. As soon as he entered the hall, Yufei couldn't help but frown. Although there has been no ogre activity in the hall for more than a month, the smell that the ogre has been condensing in it for a long time can really be called a biological weapon. Alas, there is also a disadvantage of having a physical body. The various bad environmental feelings that could be ignored before have to be truly experienced now. Yufei quickly crossed the hall and entered his destination, this time, the living room behind the hall. Last time, Yufei only ordered a few archers to search in it. Afterwards, Yufei always felt that he had missed something. This time he came here just to see if he could find something valuable. As soon as he entered the living room behind the hall, Yufei saw a knight's armor that was originally used as a decoration. This knight's armor was ignored in the last search by the archers, because the archers, or the ordinary archers at that time, could not feel the magic aura on this armor. And this time, Yufei came in person, and naturally felt the magic aura on this armor, although not very strong, but not weak. According to the level of enchanted equipment on the continent, this set of armor can be regarded as a medium level equipment. What's more valuable is that this is a full set of magic knight armor. Whether it is the helmet, armor, boots, or weapons, they are all enchanted equipment. However, although this set of armor can be regarded as precious to local creatures, Yufei can't use it, so he asked the two female hunters to collect this set of armor, and then continued to look for more valuable items in this living room. Half an hour later, Yufei left the ogre camp with satisfaction, and returned to the current station of the Dark Knight Legion. In that living room, in addition to the magic armor, Yufei also found a badge proving his identity as a silver wizard and some clothes he wanted, especially the robe that covered the whole body. Now the equipment for blending into the human world is complete. If there is no clothes or something, as long as you enter the human world, those humans will find that you are an elf, and then there will definitely be a lot of trouble. And a silver wizard badge can bring a lot of convenience to yourself in the human world. As a person who is afraid of trouble, these gains are much more useful to Yufei than the magic armor. Yufei did not make any move next. He planned to wait until midnight to take action, so as to reach the gathering place of sets in the second half of the night and attack sets. The moon gradually rose from the east to the center of the sky. It was already midnight, and the Night Elves had already moved towards the gathering point of sets detected by the Raptor Druid under the order of their king Yufei. Soon, the Night Legion came to the river that separated the east and west parts of the Wind Whispering Forest. It was still the old method. The mountain giants lay in the river, and other night elves and wild wolves quickly crossed the river on the stone bridge built by the mountain giants. When crossing the river, there were many ripples in the river. Yufei understood that it was the movement of the amphibious fishmen in the river, but Yufei thought that they would not dare to attack the Night Legion, so he did not care. Humph, if these Murlocs really dare to seek death, Yufei doesn't mind making an appetizer before the night attack onsets. After crossing the river, the Night Legion quickly arrived at the original kobold camp. However, the kobold camp was empty at this time. Although Tyrant did not sweep the surrounding area, after looting the original kobolds, the Sets tribe, which had lost a team, must have carried out a big cleanup around. Those wild monsters such as kobolds wandering around were probably either running away, or becoming one of the corpses in the Sets gathering point. At this time, Yufei had ordered the Night Legion to slow down its advance, to suppress the sound of the small army advancing. In order to achieve the sudden effect of the night attack, Yufei even asked the mountain giants to stay in the kobold camp for the time being, waiting for other night elves to attack the Sets, and then lead them over. If the mountain giants also participated in the night attack, then there would be no effect of the surprise attack. A few thousand meters away, the Sets would feel the tremors of the ground, and thus detect the attack of the Night Legion. The kobold camp was actually only 4 or 5 kilometers away from the Sets gathering point discovered by the Raptor Druid. It didn't take long for the Night Legion to rush to the woods about 500 meters away from the gathering point. The archer stayed directly at this place, and the other night elves and the wild wolves rushed to the open space where the Sets gathered, after advancing another 100 meters. This was simply a replica of the Sets attack on the night elves. The team that led the charge was naturally the wild wolves. Illidan, the sacred giant wolf and the shadow demon tiger were the 3 arrows of the night elf melee troops, and rushed the fastest. When Illidan and his men rushed into the open space, Yufei, who was observing from Illidan's perspective, was shocked. It's bad. Sets also gave himself a rest, and waited for the opportunity. In front of Illidan and the others, stood the Sets in neat formation, ready for battle. Judging from their appearance, it seemed that they had known that the Legion of Night would attack. How did the Sets know that they would launch a night attack? Yufei's thoughts raced. Yufei absolutely did not believe that the Sets had guessed it. There must be a problem in one of the links, but Yufei was at a loss as to where the problem was. However, the current situation did not allow Yufei to think too much. The most urgent task was to meet up with the mountain giants as soon as possible, so that they would have the strength to fight. Chapter 2. It seems that perfect attendance this month is not guaranteed again. Chapter 160. The function of bones. Secretly giving orders to the mountain giants a few kilometers away to rush here as quickly as possible, Yufei concentrated his mind on the battlefield and began to command the battle. It is said that when Illidan and other melee units find that the Sets are ready, they should retreat directly to avoid the sharp edge and then slowly attack. But in fact, it is not so simple in battle. First of all, Illidan and his charge is already in place, and it is not so easy to turn around and retreat. Secondly, if Illidan and his team retreat forcefully, it will be difficult to speed up for a while because of the conversion of power. At this time, Sets will not just watch Illidan and his team retreat. As long as they attack slightly forward, the wild wolves who leave their backs to Sets will definitely suffer heavy losses. Because of these 2 reasons, seeing the Sets waiting in a serious battle, Illidan led the wild wolves to charge at a higher speed instead of decreasing, and the 3 arrows also took action. First is the sacred giant wolf. While running, the holy giant wolf gathered a golden ball of light in front of it and quickly launched it, forming a shockwave, rushing towards the Sets in front of it. Almost a second after the holy giant wolf released the holy shockwave, the shadow demon tiger also opened its mouth and spit out the shadow roaring bullet and rushed towards the Sets camp together with the holy shockwave. If these 2 skills can open a gap in the Sets camp that is lined up in several rows for defense, the wild wolves may be able to pass through the Sets camp and enter the woods behind this open space. At that time, they can escape this deadlock and get away. But things are obviously not that simple. I saw a green light wave pouring out from the Sets camp, and it collided fiercely with the holy shock wave and the shadow roaring bullet. I saw that the green, gold and black colors competed to shine at the intersection of the three skills, and the result of the skill collision after the energy burst came out quickly. Although the Rotten Bee Swarm was cast by the 9th level set's Hell Envoy, it was facing 2 skills after all, so after the 3 lights flashed, the green light waves of the Rotten Bee Swarm disappeared completely, while the golden light of the Holy Shockwave and the Shadow Roar Bomb still existed. However, the 2 skills looked very pitiful at this time. The Holy Shockwave was originally an extremely thick light wave, but after colliding with the Rotten Bee Swarm, only a light column as thick as an ordinary person's arm remained. And the black light ball of the Shadow Roar Bomb, which was originally a 1 meter diameter, became only the size of an apple. Both skills looked weak and their power was greatly reduced. Sure enough, when the remnants of the 2 skills hit the set's camp, 2 set's Hell Servants walked out of the Neat team, and 2 sickles wrapped in a black air slashed at the Holy Shockwave and the Shadow Roar Bomb respectively. Boom. Puff. 2 slight energy explosions sounded, and the 2 skills were directly slashed apart, without achieving the expected effect. Although it seemed that Illidan and his men had suffered a loss, Illidan did not show any frustration on his face, but instead showed a strange smile. When Illidan was about 40 meters away from the set's camp, Illidan used the reflection skill under the attack of the remaining set's mage troops. The distance of 40 meters was less than 2 seconds for Illidan's team in a rapid charge, but generally speaking, these 2 seconds were the place where the charging troops suffered the most losses. The reason was that the enemy's long-range troops would generally concentrate their firepower in this area. If they shot from too far away, the enemy could dodge by slightly changing direction. Only by launching a long-range attack in this must-pass area before charging, and unable to avoid it, would the greatest damage be achieved. However, under Illidan's reflection skill, the wild wolves charging within the 40-meter distance did not receive any attack. Illidan's reflection skill caused an energy projection to appear behind almost every sets in the dense formation in front, and directly attacked the reflected sets, including the projections behind those sets' mages. The sudden appearance of the projection caused the set's camp, which had been in a strict formation, to fall into a brief chaos. When the sets found that the black figure suddenly appeared and attacked them, they all subconsciously launched a counterattack, but because the reflection was not vulnerable to attack, the counterattacks of these sets naturally fell into the air. The sets, who encountered this situation for the first time, were naturally shocked, and the reflections continued to attack their respective main bodies, which continued the chaos in the set's camp. No sets could concentrate on intercepting the charging wild wolves. Several sets shadow wizards tried to use purification to get rid of the dilemma again, but purification had no effect on the reflections. Seeing that the reflection skill brought the sets into a chaotic situation, Yufei also seized the opportunity and ordered the archer troops and the tree demon troops to attack from a distance. He also used the ranged type leaf dance technique so that the sets had no time to take care of the wild wolves that had rushed to their side. However, although the sets were in chaos, Illidan had no intention of taking advantage. He led the wild wolf team and did not attack the chaotic Atashi camp. Instead, he let the wild wolves behind him split into 2 groups in front of the set's front, twisted their bodies, and passed through the 2 sides of the front, and then rushed into the forests on both sides. Illidan knew that the reflection lasted for a short time. After the reflection disappeared, even if there were long-range night elves harassing, the sets could easily block, or even surround the wild wolf team, and then destroy them. So Illidan did not seek merit, but only sought to avoid mistakes. He led the wild wolves away from the charge route, and preserved his strength. Sure enough, as soon as the wild wolves rushed into the woods on both sides, the duration of Illidan's reflection skill expired. After losing the harassment of the reflection, the sets immediately became well organized under the roar of the set's Hell Messenger. If Illidan had just focused on attacking set's team, he would have died a very ugly death. Sets, who had been played by the reflection, were as angry as before in the wolf dog tribe. But this time, they all followed the command of set's Hell Messenger and none of them acted rashly. Illidan and the wild wolves quickly returned to Yufei, blocking the night elf ranged troops, and forming a confrontation with sets. At this time, the ranged troops of both sides were trying their best to pour firepower on the other side. In the long-range bombardment, the night elves can be said to have a full advantage. On the one hand, the Night Elves' long-range firepower is extremely strong. On the other hand, the Night Elves' troops injured by Set's mages can be treated by claw druids, but Set's has no treatment units. In this case, when the two sides are compared, Set's will soon lose their patience. The Hell Envoy of Set's also saw the disadvantage of his side. Seeing the Set's warriors under his command being killed one after another, he finally took measures. At the command of the Hell Envoy of Set's, all the soul thieves of Set's used the skill of summoning skeletons and released them one after another. In just a few tens of seconds, there were more than 500 skeleton soldiers between Set's and the Night Elves. Yufei then thought of the bones covering the ground. It turned out that Set's did not care about their living environment, and they had such considerations when laying bones on the ground. As soon as these skeleton soldiers were summoned, they threw their legs away and rushed towards the Night Elves with click, click. Seeing the situation, the tree demons naturally began to release purification quickly, but there were too many skeleton soldiers. The tree demons only purified more than 100 skeletons on the way of the skeleton soldiers rushing over, and the remaining nearly 400 skeletons began to fight hand to hand with the wild wolves. Fortunately, the strength of these skeleton soldiers is not strong. Even the 4th level wild wolves can fight 1 or even 3 at a time. Otherwise, with their large numbers, they may rush directly into the Night Elves' ranged troops. However, following the skeleton soldiers, the melee sets also took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. If the melee sets also joined the battle, the wild wolves would definitely not be able to withstand it. In this case, the Night Elves' ranged troops would suffer a fatal blow. But at this time, the mountain giants still have about a minute to reach the battlefield here. It seems that the Night Elves are going to suffer a big loss this time. However, in the face of such an unfavorable situation, Yufei's face did not show any nervousness. He was not in a hurry and ordered the archers to use another round of skills, causing the sets to suffer a lot of losses under the attacks of scattered shadow shooting and super shooting. Then he ordered the female hunters to jump out and shoulder the heavy responsibility of blocking the melee sets together with the wild wolves. Now the female hunters are all heavily armored units, and ordinary attacks can only cause half or even less damage to them. In addition to the considerable amount of health, the heavily armored female hunters can even be used as meat shields. The female hunters are faster than the tree elves in dealing with the skeleton soldiers whose health and defense are not high. Dozens of female hunters threw out their moon blades together, followed by dozens of tiny roars, and then appeared in front of everyone. The moon blades that kept bouncing in the pile of skeletons and the skeleton warriors who fell one after another like cutting wheat appeared. Under the effect of the female hunters' explosive moon blades and ricochet attacks, the seemingly powerful skeleton warrior troops were quickly dealt with. At this time, the only thing the Night Elves had to face was the headquarters of Sets. While the female hunters accepted the task of destroying the skeleton warriors, the tree elves had already tried to add poisoning status to more sets on the way of the melee sets. Han Chen's National Day status is not very good. It's not because of anything else, but because of the performance of the book. Entering the 3rd volume, this is already the 10th chapter, but so far no chapter of the 3rd volume has more than 300 subscriptions, which is a big blow to Han Chen. And then there are the recommendation votes. Han Chen is self-aware and usually doesn't even ask for monthly tickets, but the small number of recommendation votes really makes Han Chen puzzled. Only 30 recommendation votes a day. Only 30. Even if there are only more than 200 book friends still reading Han Chen's books, and one person leaves a recommendation ticket for Han Chen every day, it wouldn't be so pitiful, right? Don't think that recommendation votes are useless. For a writer who dares not ask for monthly tickets, this is also a data that he cares about very much. That's all. Please subscribe, recommend, and then ask for a reward. Chapter 161. First trial of moisturizing technique. In addition to the tree demon, the role of the raptor druid also appeared for the first time. The 10 raptor druids did their best to add the skill of the spirit fire that reduces armor to as many melee sets as possible. Under the effect of the skill of the spirit fire, the armor of many sets even dropped to negative numbers. In addition, the archers were still shooting at the charging sets, which could be regarded as curbing some of the momentum of the reunion. However, the ranged troops could only do so much. Next, it was time to see whether the wild wolf and the female hunters could give them strength. But in addition to the hard fight, it is not impossible to play some tricks. Yufei's heart moved, and he scattered some thorn vine seeds among the female hunters. After Yufei finished scattering the seeds, the melee sets had already rushed to the defense position of the wild wolf and the female hunters. Although separated by the wild wolf and the female hunter team, at this distance, Yufei could already clearly see the most subtle expressions on the faces of each sets. On the faces of these sets, Yufei saw an undisguised bloodthirsty desire. Looking at the sets who were constantly attacked by arrows and wooden spears and moon blades, but still had a fanatical look on their faces, wanting to release their killing desire, Yufei's heart sank. Although these sets were not undead creatures, they fought like undead creatures without feeling pain, and their morale was difficult to drop. Moreover, compared with undead creatures, these sets had a stronger fighting will. If the sets were not wiped out as soon as possible when they developed, they would definitely become a big problem for the Night Elves whose base was around here. Relying on the effect of the hell sacrifice of the set's hell messenger, the strength of the sets could be continuously improved by transforming corpses. This was faster than the strength improvement of the Night Elves. Even if the transformation had a certain success rate, if the existing more than 800 sets were transformed in proportion, there would be at least a team of 300 people composed of all level 8 sets Hell Slaves and level 7 sets Shadow Wizards. Even the Night Elves cannot match this strength. 10 or 8 high-end combat forces may only be able to temporarily avoid the sharp edge in front of the army, but the organized high-end combat force is more terrifying than 100,000 troops. Bang! The charging melee sets have collided with the wild wolves. Facing the attack of the sets, the wild wolves did not defend on the spot, but when the sets rushed to about 30 meters away from them, they also used their limbs to rush towards the sets. If they waited on the spot and faced the attack of the sets directly, even the strong bodies of the wild wolves would not be able to withstand it. But if they launched a charge in time to offset the power of the set's charge, the wild wolves would not fall into a disadvantage. The first pair of the two sides that collided was the sacred giant wolf and a set's hell slave. However, as both were level 8, the performance of the set's hell slave was extremely poor. Under the short-range counter-attack launched by the holy wolf, the set's hell servant targeted by the holy wolf actually staggered, swayed a few times, and finally could not stand, and was knocked down by the holy wolf. The holy wolf would not be polite when the enemy was knocked down. The head of the fallen set's hell servant just fell in front of the holy wolf's 2 front paws. The holy wolf's 2 paws moved a few times like a convulsion, leaving a trail of after images. Then, the holy giant wolf ignored the set's hell servant lying at its feet, and with a tremor of its limbs, it pounced on its next target. Looking at the set's hell servant lying on the ground, several bloodlines suddenly appeared on its head, and then the whole head was divided into several pieces, splashing countless blood and colorful brains. It turns out that Set's brains are no different from those of ordinary people in this environment. Yufei actually still had the mind to think about these problems, which made him feel a little helpless. However, while thinking in his mind, he did not relax his hands. More than a dozen green leaves turned and flew in the Set's team, bringing up pieces of blood from time to time, and even cutting off some Set's heads. Looking at the Set's hell servant who was solved by the holy giant wolf, Yufei narrowed his eyes. Although the Set's hell servant's own strength is much worse than that of the holy giant wolf, it is not so useless that it was directly killed by the holy giant wolf with a holy combo. But considering that this Set's hell slave was also attached with the poison state of the tree demon, the druid of the raptor, and the ranged troops had reduced a lot of health on the way to charge. Under so many weakenings, the sacred wolf used its strongest single attack skill, and it was not unbelievable to solve it in one round. However, this aroused Yufei's competitive spirit. The dozen green leaves flying in the air each drew a gorgeous trajectory and suddenly collided with each other. Then, a green light flashed, and a leaf with a diameter of more than 1 meter appeared in front of everyone. The duration is almost up. Yufei was a little anxious. Yufei used his mental power to control this huge leaf, and rushed to a Set's hell slave who was slashing at the wild wolf in front of him with a vicious smile at the fastest speed. Swish. This Set's hell slave seemed to be unaware of it, and the green light seemed to only flash on it slightly, without causing any damage. But when the sickle in its hand was about to touch the wild wolf in front of it, the expression of this set's hell slave suddenly changed from ferocious to horrified, with a hint of disbelief. Then, its sickle chopped the wild wolf, but because the hand holding the sickle had no strength at all, it did not cause any harm to the lucky wild wolf. Then, the head of the set's hell slave was suddenly cut off from the body, and a column of blood immediately spurted out several meters high. At the same time, a golden light flashed where the elf king Ufeni was standing. After killing many monsters and low-level sets before, the experience of this level 8 set's hell slave finally pushed the elf king Ufeni to level 5. Quickly increasing the leaf dance, ivy cluster and moisturizing to level 3, Ufeni once again joined the battle. At this time, the leaf dance that was previously cast had already consumed the duration of the skill. Because the wild wolves took the initiative to meet him, the melee sets had not reached the place where Ufeni had sown seeds before, so the vines could not be used for the time being. Then, use the moisturizing technique. This thought flashed through Ufeni's mind. Although the attack skills could not be used for the time being, Ufeni could actually continue to attack. Just like the heroes in the game, Ufeni could also perform normal attacks. The appearance of his normal attack was 80% similar to the normal attack of the Jungle Guardian in Warcraft, both of which were flat energy balls that seemed to have wings. However, Ufeni, who had enjoyed using the skills, felt that it was very painful to perform normal attacks. In addition, there had been no large-scale injuries to the Night Elves before, so the moisturizing technique had not been used. At this time, the wild wolves had been fighting bloody battles with the melee set's team for a while, and almost everyone was injured. It was a good time to cast the moisturizing technique. With a silent remark, Ufeni raised the staff of life in his hand, and then a green ocean appeared above the battlefield of the wild wolf and the melee sets. Well, it may not be called an ocean, but these green lights also completely blocked the sky above the two melee troops. Well, the third level moistening technique is really powerful. After taking a look at this visual effect, Ufeni closed his eyes and began to concentrate on guiding the moistening technique. That's right, although it was released, it still needs to be guided. Those green lights are the gathered wood energy, most of which are healing energy. If these energies are allowed to pour down directly, all the units on the battlefield below will enjoy the treatment of healing their injuries without distinction. Ufeni didn't want to treat the sets together, so he naturally had to distinguish them himself. After Ufeni closed his eyes, the green light above the battlefield moved. I saw that this green lake was like a huge willow tree hanging down its thousands of branches, quickly extending green energy ropes. After these energy ropes were lowered, they did not fall aimlessly on the creatures below. Instead, under Ufeni's control, they specifically looked for the most seriously injured wild wolves for treatment. As the green light continued to pour, the battlefield below naturally changed again. The sets were naturally very frustrated. They were constantly poisoned by the tree demons. In addition to the continuous consumption of vitality, their speed was also greatly affected. The fairy fire of the raptor druid greatly increased the damage suffered by the sets. These two debuffs made the melee sets miserable. However, despite this, the sets had always had the upper hand with their advantages in numbers and strength. Although the wild wolves died less directly for a while, almost all of them were injured. If the sets worked harder, most of the wild wolves would be killed at the same time. But at this moment, when victory was in sight, something went wrong again. When the green lake above their heads first appeared, the sets thought it was an attack magic, so they didn't take it seriously. As we all know, the damage of area magic is generally not very high. For sets who are generally at level 4 or 5, such a large-scale magic should not cause any major casualties. But what the sets didn't expect was that this was not an attack skill. It's not that Hongchen doesn't want to update earlier, it's just that the subscription results are too bad, and Hongchen has suffered too much. Chapter 2 will be around 11 o'clock. Chapter 162 2 Battlefields. Although it is not an attack skill, the effect of this green lake in the sky makes the sets hate it even more. A set's soul thief, with the help of 3 sets warriors around him, has chopped a wild wolf all over its body, and it is dying. Just as it grinned and chopped the sickle in its hand again, ready to kill the hateful giant wolf, a green rope suddenly dropped from the sky. The set's soul thief's eyes blurred, but found that the wild wolf, which had difficulty moving, had almost recovered from its injuries and became agile again. Then, the wild wolf dodged the sickle of the set's soul thief in a hair's breadth and gave the sets in front of it a wild combo. Like this wild wolf, many melee units of the Night Elves that had almost lost their combat effectiveness recovered from their injuries under Yufen's moisturizing spell and once again had the strength to fight. However, the effect of Yufen's moistening skill is limited to this. Although the skill has a good effect of instant healing, it cannot provide continuous healing to the unit like the Jungle Guardian's Tranquil Rain. In a short period of time, due to the skill cooldown time, Yuffie can only cast moistening skill once. Although the injuries of the wild wolves have temporarily recovered, they will soon fall into defeat again under the strong offensive of the sets. At this time, even the female hunter is relying on the current heavy armor attribute to bear the attack of the sets, while throwing the moon blade in her hand. However, facing such a disadvantage, Yuffie showed a relaxed smile on his face. There was no other reason. The mountain giants were already behind him. Under Yuffie's command, the tree elves and archers behind the female hunter began to retreat rapidly, and the raptor druids, after casting another round of spirit fire, changed into storm crows and retreated to the rear. Only the claw druids used transfiguration at this time, transforming into wind wolves, not retreating but advancing, and also participated in the battle with the melee sets. The wind wolf has good melee ability in this transformation, and can also release the two skills of wind spirit speed and wind fang. The comprehensive combat power is half a point stronger than that of ordinary wild wolves. Although there are only 29 of them, the 29 wind fangs fired in succession, which caused a lot of trouble for sets. As an elite claw druid, Cerebir is naturally different from other claw druids. He turned into a lightning leopard and continuously released small chain lightning, causing many sets to unconsciously enter a paralyzed state during the battle, allowing their opponents to gain the upper hand. However, Yuffie asked the claw druids to participate in the battle in order to cover the wild wolves from the battle. Under the cover of the female hunter and the transformed claw druids, the wild wolves gradually withdrew from the battle, while the sacred giant wolf and the shadow demon tiger were given the task of covering the rear by Yuffie. Seeing that the wild wolves gradually successfully retreated to the direction where the mountain giants were coming, Yuffie breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention to another small battlefield. In the battle with the Set's army just now, Illidan, Tyrande and Maiev did not participate. Only the Elf King Yuffie commanded the battlefield and participated in the battle. This is not because the three heroes are slack, but because they have a more important task. The Set's Hell Messenger did not participate in the battle on the battlefield just now. That's right, Yuffie hopes that the three heroes will surround and kill the Set's Hell Messenger. In this way, after solving the nominal and actual leaders of the Set's clan first, it will be much easier to gradually erode Sets. Apart from anything else, without the Set's Hellbringers, the Set's strength would be able to grow through a slow increase in numbers. Without the Hell Sacrifice, the Set's strength would be reduced to a very low level. Even if there is no guarantee of a complete annihilation for the time being, when the Night Elves become stronger, they can naturally be easily dealt with. Time goes back to 1 minute ago. When the melee sets rushed out, the Set's Hellbringers were also ready to rush out with them. But a glimmer of light in the Set's mage camp made the Set's Hellbringers give up this idea. It guessed correctly that this was the effect of Maiev's flash. After the flash appeared, Maiev quickly cast the smoker screen skill as last time, and the Set's mages fell into panic again. This was also the reason why the Set's mage troops did not provide fire cover in the first time when the melee sets charged. After the smoke screen, the sword array was naturally released. However, when Maiev released the sword array and prepared to wander in the smoke screen to hunt the Set's mages like last time, the Set's Hell Emissary moved. The smoke screen's effect of blocking vision seemed to have no effect on the Set's Hell Emissary. It accurately found Maiev's position in the smoke screen and swung the huge sickle in its hand to chop towards Maiev. Maiev was also shocked. It's impossible? Even though the Set's Hell Emissary has the strength of level 9, the skill effect of the smoke screen is there. The skills in Warcraft almost ignore the strength gap and will have an impact. At most, the stronger the person, the weaker the influence, and the shorter the skill effect time. But you can't think that the Set's Hell Emissary can be said to be completely unaffected, right? Maiev, who was in the game, was puzzled, but Yufei found the reason for this abnormal situation in Maiev's attribute panel. It turned out that the set's Hell Emissary had released the evil parasitic skill to Maiev, and naturally gained Maiev's vision, so it was not affected by the smoke screen. Although she was surprised, Maiev was not slow in her movements. She quickly dodged the attack of the set's Hellbringer, and flew out of the smoker screen. Well, it was not that Maiev did not want to use Blink to leave. The first level of Blink still had a 10-second cooldown, and Maiev could not use Blink within 10 seconds. Besides, Maiev's purpose of entering the set's mage camp was to seduce the set's Hellbringer. Killing the set's mage was just a whim, an extra idea, and there was nothing to regret about leaving. Sure enough, as Maiev left, the set's Hellbringer followed closely, and it seemed that he would not give up until Maiev was killed. That's right, most of the set's mage troops died directly or indirectly at the hands of Maiev, and the set's Hellbringer certainly hated Maiev deeply. In this way, Maiev did not need to blink, and just kept running forward, and the set's Hellbringer followed closely behind, constantly closing the distance between the two. It should be noted here that, although Maiev entered the invisible state due to the permanent invisibility skill effect, after running for a few seconds, she was unable to hide from the set's Hellbringer, after being released by the evil parasite. After about 10 seconds of chasing and fleeing, the set's Hellbringer was very close to Maiev. This was of course, because Maiev deliberately slowed down. However, although he was about to catch up with Maiev, the set's Hellbringer suddenly changed his face and stopped abruptly. It seems that you have been discovered, a low voice came out. Although the person who spoke used the Night Elf language, the set's Hellbringer at this level of strength easily understood this sentence. When it heard this sentence, two moonlight lights, one in front and one behind, slashed at it silently. This was Illidan, who was ambushing behind a tree. However, Set's Hellbringer is worthy of being Set's Hellbringer. Although Illidan's attack came suddenly, it still kicked the ground and left its original position, avoiding the attack of Illidan's new moon demon blade. Ha! That's what I wanted. Illidan, who was dodged by the attack, did not show any sign of frustration, but was secretly happy. Then, the reason for Illidan's secret joy was revealed. After Set's Hellbringer kicked the ground and retreated, a blue light suddenly appeared where it was, hitting its body. Ah! Set's Hellbringer let out a painful howl. It could feel that after this light hit it, its magic power and vitality suddenly dropped apart. Set's Hellbringer understood what skill this was. The Set's soul thieves under it also had this skill called mana burn. However, what puzzled it was why the mana burning effect of this enemy was so strong. If Illidan knew the doubts in Set's heart, he would definitely sneer. Just relying on Set's soul thief's weakened version of mana burn, can it be compared with his skill that has been upgraded to level 3? Although he was attacked by mana burn and felt great pain, Set's Hellbringer did not panic, but calmly cast the foul bee swarm on Illidan and Maiev, who were rushing towards him, forcing the two to retreat to both sides, and also preventing himself from being further hurt. However, after casting the foul bee swarm, Set's Hellbringer suddenly felt something strange above his head, and quickly looked up. A silver-white arrow was piercing through the air and shot straight at his head. However, although Set's Hellbringer dodged, like he did when facing Illidan's initial attack, he did not avoid the moon goddess's arrow that could track the attack. While suffering a lot of damage, he was also brought into a dizzy state. Naturally, Maiev and Illidan would not miss this great opportunity, and they quickly launched an attack at this moment, but Maiev threw a dark green energy dagger, while Illidan pulled back and began to launch physical attacks. Catch up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, The Domain of the Hell Messenger. Illidan's pair of magic blades slashed at Set's Hellbringer, causing a burst of blood. Maiev's shadow assault not only caused instant damage to Set's Hellbringer, but also added continuous poison damage. During the few seconds when the Hellbringer was dizzy, Illidan and Maiev tried their best to cause it more damage, and Tyrann's scorching arrows kept shooting at the Hellbringer. When Set's Hellbringer recovered from the dizziness, it found that its body was already covered with scars. However, since Set's Hellbringer itself was strong and had an evil aura that increased its life recovery speed, the scars on its body, although they looked very scary, were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Hellbringer, who was ambushed, was naturally furious, and its sensitive perception allowed it to find Tyrann's location at once. But Illidan's desperate attack forced it to give up the idea of killing Tyrant first, and it could only fight with the short man in front of it first. Compared to Set's Hellbringer, Illidan was indeed shorter. Although Set's Hellbringer was a strong man of level 9, and was also a leader among the 9 levels, Illidan's strength was not weak either. Being a level 5 hero made his own strength equivalent to the early and middle stages of level 8, and the equipment that cost Uferi a lot of energy made his attributes not far behind those of the Hellbringer. Coupled with the 2 powerful passive skills of Zeal and Dodge in close combat, Illidan fought the Hellbringer with great success for a while. At the same time, Maiev had been wandering around Illidan and the Hellbringer, and would occasionally attack the Hellbringer. Coupled with Tyrant who had been shooting from a distance, Set's Hellbringer was temporarily in a passive state. This passive state was naturally unbearable for Set's Hellbringer, who had always been a leader, and had no rivals in the surrounding area. It roared, ignoring the attacks of Illidan and Maiev, and stretched its arms out in front of it. Ufei, who had been observing this small battlefield, changed his face. The other 5 skills of the Hell Messenger did not require such a pose. Could it be that it was going to use Hell Sacrifice? A tiny black hole quickly appeared in front of the Hell Messenger, and countless black auras were radiating out rapidly from it. This reminded Ufei of the appearance of the Demon Hunter using Demon Transformation. Could this Hell Sacrifice also be used for attack? Ufei shook his head. It should be so, but the instant damage of such a ranged skill should not be high. It should be a continuous skill. However, Ufei was wrong. This Hell Sacrifice was not used by the Set's Hell Messenger at this time to cause damage, at least temporarily. Illidan and Tyrant, who were trapped in the range of the black gas, did not suffer any damage. However, as the black gas increased, and its color continued to deepen, at the edge of the Hell Aura summoned by the Hell Sacrifice, these black gases had formed a black energy shield. This means that Illidan and Maiev were trapped in the black gas cover by Set's Hellbringer. At this time, the Hellbringer showed the power of this skill. In the range of the black gas, all the corpses on the ground stood up. Although many corpses did not even have complete bones, they all trembled and attacked Illidan and Maiev. At the same time, the black gas in the black gas cover also entangled the 2 heroes, causing them to fall into various debuff states. Although the effects of these debuff states are not very strong, a bunch of negative effects such as deceleration, plague, and increased damage are concentrated on the 2 heroes, which does weaken them a lot. These are not the most fatal. Although the debuff state is disgusting, it is just a weakening. Those corpses summoned in this black gas field cannot pose any threat to the 2 heroes, because of the huge difference in strength. However, the next changes in the black gas field made them, and Ufei feel the real horror of this skill. First of all, Maiev. As a hero who is not good at direct confrontation, the first reaction of being trapped in the black gas field is to get out first. She doesn't want to be like Illidan, preparing to drag a bunch of negative effects and fight against Set's Hellbringer. With the idea of exiting, Maiev naturally used the blink skill that she was familiar with and never failed. But this time, Maiev, who used the blink skill, stopped at the edge of the black gas cover with a look of surprise. The blink did not take her out of the range of the black gas field. This field seemed to block her communication with the external energy molecules, making it impossible for her to be teleported outside the black gas field. However, the surprise was only a moment. Since she couldn't get out, she would fight in the black gas field. With permanent invisibility, Maiev is confident that she can fight a beautiful match with Illidan. It should be pointed out here that Maiev's confidence in permanent invisibility comes from the fact that the evil parasitic state on her body has been purified by a tree demon when Ufei asked her to take time. However, when Maiev turned around and looked at Illidan and the Hellbringer who were still fighting in the black gas field, changes occurred in the black gas field. The Hell Envoy stood in the center of the black gas field with a solemn face, his arms swaying slightly, as if he was directing something. As the Hell Envoy made a very pretentious move, the black gas that had been floating aimlessly in the field and had only brought a lot of debuffs to the 2 heroes suddenly began to churn. Before everyone could be puzzled for long, the black gas quickly condensed into many shapes, such as spears, swords, or giant forks. Then, the weapons condensed from the black gas began to fly in the black gas field, and the trajectory of each weapon was clearly visible. After the black gas condensed into weapons, the visibility in the black gas field was greatly improved. Except for the edge, which was still a layer of black gas cover that looked very thin, but was actually very tough. The middle was no different from the outside world. However, the two heroes did not have the time to observe the difference between the inside and outside of the black gas field. At this time, they were already in a mess. The flying weapons condensed from the black gas were not flying aimlessly. Each flight path drawn by these black weapons ended at two heroes. Looking at the cold light on these weapons, the two heroes naturally chose to dodge. However, there were too many black gases in the field, and there were more than 100 weapons of various colors condensed. Even if they were divided into two groups, Illidan and Maiev had to face more than 50 black weapons each. Staring at the various weapons flying in the field like magic weapons in fairy tales, Yufei was also stunned. I thought that my leaf dance technique was very cool to use, and it felt like a cultivator, but compared with the skill of Set's Hell Messenger, it was simply scum. With a sigh, Yufei had to find a way to rescue the two heroes. In the black gas field, the two heroes were already forced to jump up and down by the flying black weapons. But even so, they still couldn't avoid the attack of the black weapons, and they were already wounded. Compared to Maiev's flexible figure, Illidan is also an agile hero in terms of attributes, but he is not as agile as Maiev. While Illidan was concentrating on dodging the spears and swords shot down from above, a black rope quietly extended to his legs. Then, the rope was suddenly retracted, and Illidan's legs were bound. This was naturally the result of the manipulation of the Hell Messenger, so at the moment when the black rope bound Illidan, countless black weapons shot at Illidan, and Illidan was suddenly in a desperate situation. However, facing such a dangerous situation, Illidan did not panic at all. He was seen concentrating and calming down, and suddenly swung the new moon demon blade in his hand downwards. There were only two sounds of clang and snap. The first demon blade did not cut the black rope, but under the cutting of the second demon blade that followed, the rope that bound Illidan was finally cut off. But at this time, the black weapons in the air were already close to Illidan. Although he lost his restraint and did not dodge in time, many weapons still hit Illidan. Fortunately, the dodge skill was also effective against these attacks. There were not many black weapons that could attack Illidan, and under the influence of dodge, the damage was even less. However, although Illidan remained calm in the face of danger and avoided a round of fatal attacks, it was not a wise choice to keep fighting with Set's Hellbringer in the black gas field. Illidan and Maiev looked at each other and nodded at the same time. While dodging the attacks of the black weapons, they wandered on the edge of the black gas field, attacking the black gas cover from time to time, trying to open a gap in it. However, to the disappointment of the two heroes, this black gas cover was like a sus quality, as solid as a rock, and their attacks did not even have the effect of shaking the black gas cover. Do they really have to hold on until the duration of the Hellbringer skill expires? While dodging the black weapons and hacking at the skeleton soldiers that blocked their way, the two heroes felt speechless. Although Illidan and Maiev's attacks within the black gas shield did not achieve any results, Yufei observed some subtle differences. After the black gas field was formed, Tyran did not stop her attacks and continued to shoot burning arrows. However, these arrows were blocked by the black gas field and fell on the black gas shield. Unlike Illidan and Maiev's attacks, each of Tyran's attacks made the black gas shield tremble. At the latest by the day after tomorrow, the war with Sets will be resolved. After a few chapters of transition, the protagonist will enter the human world. Please subscribe and give me rewards. Chapter 164, Retreat and Roadblock. Perhaps, the defensive effect of this black gas shield is stronger inside and weaker outside? Yufei was thoughtful, but without any hesitation, he quickly issued an order to the retreating archers and tree demons. The archers and tree demons who were retreating quickly paused for a moment, and then hundreds of arrows and dozens of wooden spears shot at the black gas field of the Hell Messenger of Sets. Then, according to Yufei's instructions, they continued to retreat behind the mountain giant who had arrived in the rear without any hesitation. However, the attacks of the archers and tree demons were very effective. The arrows shot by the archers who used their skills and the wooden spears of the tree demons hit the black gas shield in total of nearly 200 attacks. There were clang 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 sounds. The first few arrows that arrived did not break the shield, but as the attacks of the Night Elves all came, the black gas shield that was originally as solid as a rock suddenly broke into pieces like glass, and then scattered into floating black gas. Illidan and Maiev, who were already wandering on the edge of the black gas field, naturally would not miss this opportunity. When the black gas shield just broke, and had not yet scattered into the original black gas, they all rushed out of the black gas field. Of course, compared with Illidan, Maiev was much more casual. Without the obstruction of the black gas shield, Maiev dodged the attacks of the black weapons in a flash and teleported directly to Yuffie. Illidan was not so cool. He could only wave the new moon demon blade to constantly block the flying black weapons, and rushed out of the range of the black gas in a rather embarrassed manner. Then, Tyrant shot a few arrows at the Hell Messenger of Sets from a distance. After slightly blocking the pursuit of the Hell Messenger, the three heroes did not linger in the battle and quickly retreated. After joining the mountain giants, the Night Elf Legion did not stop at all. Instead, the mountain giants used their taunting skills, long health bars, and thick armor to attract firepower for the other retreating Night Elves. Wake up, meat shields, while the main force continued to retreat to the east. This was of course what Yuffie meant. Since the sneak attack failed, and sets had been prepared, it would be impossible to achieve the planned results. Instead of consuming the strength of the Night Elves, it would be better to retreat for the time being, and look for a better opportunity. With this idea in mind, Yuffie led the Night Elf Legion to make another strategic shift. After a while, Tyrant and Illidan also caught up, but Illidan stayed in the middle of the mountain giants to block sets who were chasing behind. Hiding behind the mountain giants, the Night Elves' long-range troops began to take steady steps and slow down the speed of retreat. This was to provide firepower support to the mountain giants and wild wolves who were blocking the pursuers. Fighting and retreating, the Dark Knight Legion quickly retreated to the location of the Null camp and continued to retreat towards the Yellow River. When passing the Null camp, Yuffie also thought about whether to enter the camp and fight a defensive counterattack. But seeing the wooden stake fortifications that were only slightly better than the Wolfhound Point Man tribe, Yuffie immediately gave up this idea. If it was in a place like the Ogre camp, Yuffie was very confident that he could rely on the fortifications to defend, or even annihilate the sets. But forget about this kind of shabby place. Strangely enough, the Night Elves fought and retreated, and the sets could not achieve any results. If this goes on, it won't be long before the Night Elves can successfully retreat after crossing the Yellow River. So why are these sets still chasing them? Could it be that the set's Hell Messenger wants to hunt down the Dark Knight Legion on his own? Seeing the set's Hellbringer who was rushing to the front and chasing the mountain giants and Illidan with a bitter and vengeful expression, Yuffie couldn't help but have this idea. At this time, the Hellbringer's black gas field had disappeared, and he was only attacking with the sickle in his hand. Well, maybe the stinking bee swarm that was cast every once in a while was also a way for it to vent its anger. Speaking of it, the black gas field really surprised Yuffie. This is a skill that he had never seen before. Even the ultimate skill of the Crypt Lord is not so powerful, right? Although there are some similarities. This skill is very effective when dealing with a small number of enemies. The hundreds of weapons condensed can attack the enemy from all directions, causing great damage. When fighting against a large number of enemies, the black gas field is also very powerful. A black gas cover covers all the enemies, and then countless debuffs are added. There are also skeleton soldiers as cannon fodder to fight, and finally they have to face the attack of black weapons. This is simply a perfect skill. Of course, if the black gas shield's defense against external attacks is the same as that against the inside, it would be even more unsolvable. However, what excited Yuffie the most was not this, but some information that appeared on its attribute panel when the Hell Messenger released the black gas field. Because he saw the Hell Messenger release skills, some explanatory text appeared after the Hell Sacrifice skill on the Hell Messenger's attribute panel. When summoning skeletons, manipulating corpses, and stinking bee swarms were used before, Yuffie could also see some skill descriptions that were not very comprehensive, but finally had some The skill explanation of Hell Sacrifice is very simple, with only 5 words. Domain skills. When seeing this explanation, Yufei immediately remembered the skill tree realm advent that he had not yet learned. In the memory he obtained, this tree realm advent is also a domain skill. It seems that this tree realm advent is probably the same as the Hell Sacrifice of Set's Hell Messenger. This is cool. Yufei did not require the tree realm advent to be stronger than the Hell Messenger's black gas field. As long as it can have a similar power to the black gas field, Yufei will be satisfied. By then, not only will the Elf King be very strong in single combat, but he will also not be afraid of group combat. However, how to upgrade to level 6? Yufei's mood changed from excitement to depression. It has been a long time since Tyrant reached level 5, and even Illidan and Mayev have accumulated enough experience from level 5 to level 6, but he still hasn't found a way to break through the bottleneck of level 6. There is no information in the existing inheritance memory. It seems that he can only wait until his Yuan Mu Zenju breaks through the current level. Putting aside distracting thoughts and looking at the road ahead, Yufei found that the Dark Knight Legion had already strategically shifted to the edge of the Yellow River. Next, after crossing the river in front of them, the sets should not continue to pursue. With their height and thickness, it is difficult for them to cross the river through mountain giants like the Night Elves. 5 mountain giants have already reached the front of the team from the back to the front. As for Tino, he led the other 4 mountain giants to continue to block the pursuing sets. Anyway, they can wade across the river by themselves in the end, so it is undisputed that they are the bottom team. Wake up again. Meat shields. The 5 mountain giants who paved the way quickly lay down in the river, and then the archers and tree elves began to cross the river on the stone bridge built by the mountain giants. Looking at the orderly Night Elf army, Yufei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this retreat was successful. Next, we have to take it slowly. The long-range troops of sets have been crippled. Next, the Night Elves can make full use of their long-range advantages and gradually erode sets. Yufei narrowed his eyes. The remaining more than 100 sets mages are also a threat of some size. We must find a way to eliminate them before we can have a real long-range advantage. Perhaps it is time for the Wind Archers to show their value. Let Mayev lead the Wind Archers to fight guerrilla warfare. With the 2 highly targeted skills of the Wind Archers, it will not take long to hunt down more than 100 sets mages. Wow. Just as Yufei was thinking about the next tactic against sets, something suddenly happened in the river in front of him. The Yellow River, which was flowing quietly under the moonlight, suddenly splashed with countless water, and then some ferocious creatures appeared in the river and quickly attacked the Night Elves crossing the river. Looking closely, aren't these amphibious fishmen? Looking at the amphibious fishmen, which numbered only about 200, Yufei was a little confused. The average combat power of these amphibious fishmen was at the same level as the kobolds. It seemed that there were not many of them. How could they have the courage to attack the Night Elf team? Moreover, when the Night Legion crossed the river just now, these fishmen did not attack. Why are these amphibious fishmen putting eye drops on themselves when the Night Legion retreated now? After using mental power to check the properties of these amphibious fishmen, Yufei suddenly realized. Yufei discovered that these murlocs in the river were no longer called amphibious followers, amphibious hunters, etc., but had become zombie murloc followers, zombie murloc hunters, etc. Yufei understood all at once. It turned out that the amphibious murlocs in this river area were transformed into zombies by the evil parasitism of the Set's Hell Messenger. No wonder the Sets discovered the night attack of the Night Elves in advance and took precautions. It turned out that there were spies here in the Yellow River. Yufei cursed in his heart. This Set's Hell Messenger was too insidious. When the Dark Knight Legion crossed the river and prepared to attack the Set's clan, Yufei discovered some movements in the river, but he didn't care at the time. It turned out that the movement in the river at that time was that the Hell Messenger discovered the whereabouts of the Dark Knight Legion through the zombie murlocs and wanted to take action. However, what was even more insidious about this Hell Messenger was that it did not expose a zombie fishman at that time, but instead lurked there. It appeared as a roadblock when the Dark Knight Legion retreated, blocking the Dark Knight Legion, and then let the sets that came one after another deal a fatal blow to the Dark Knight Legion. Chapter 165. A final battle. This set's Hell Messenger is too cunning. Yufei was angry. He took a quick look. Although the attributes of these 200 zombie fishmen were not much stronger than when they were alive, their combat effectiveness was not just about the attributes. As undead creatures, these zombie fishmen would not be timid and run away under the control of the Hell Messenger. They would be fearless and fearless. They were all dead anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? What made Yufei even more nervous was that according to the attributes he had checked, although most of these zombie fishmen were transformed from low-level amphibious fishmen such as amphibious followers and amphibious hunters, there were also some high-level fishmen mixed in. For example, Yufei found as many as 12 level 6 zombie mutant fish monsters. Under normal circumstances, these fishmen would not pose any threat to the Night Elves, but it was different when they appeared at this time. As long as they could stop the Night Army for 1 minute, even if all of these zombie fishmen died, their value would be reflected. There was no way. Although Aladdin and others tried their best to stop them, the set's army would definitely catch up here in less than a minute. Fortunately, these zombie murlocs did not appear when the archers and tree monsters crossed the river to launch a sneak attack, which was a blessing in disguise. When the zombie murlocs appeared, the female hunters passed by the mountain giants. The female hunters, whose armor type was converted into heavy by the arms equipment, could ignore non-magical attacks to a certain extent. For this reason, although the zombie murlocs appeared suddenly, the female hunters did not panic. Luna happened to be on the stone bridge built by the mountain giants at this time, and immediately organized the female hunters to start counterattacking. However, counterattack is important, but if you stand on the stone bridge and attack in a swarm, it would be too stupid. The Night Elves and wild wolves behind will not be able to pass through. In this case, it is equivalent to sending your men to sets. Of course, Yufei was not so stupid. He asked most of the female hunters to quickly cross the stone bridge, and the elite female hunters among them stood in 2 rows on both sides of the stone bridge, using their bodies to block the zombie fishmen from rushing onto the stone bridge, and also attacked the fishmen in the water. Yufei sneered in his heart. If these zombie fishmen attacked before the Dark Knight Legion crossed the stone bridge, or when the archers crossed the stone bridge, it would be a bit troublesome. But now the long-range firepower output of the Dark Knight Legion has crossed the stone bridge. Even if the melee troops here are still here, and don't have time to cross the stone bridge, there is nothing to be afraid of. The previous retreat was considered to be afraid that the melee defense line of the Dark Knight Legion would be broken, so that the long-range troops that the Night Elves relied on would be fatally hit. Now there is a river between them, and the mage troops of the sets have not caught up. Those melee sets cannot cross the river, so they naturally cannot pose a threat to the long-range troops of the Night Elves. In this case, the feral wolves and mountain giants will fight to the death. And with the unscrupulous long-range support, they may be able to deal a heavy blow to the sets. The black airfield of the set's Hellbringer will not be able to be cast in a short time, so a few heroes may be able to surround and kill it, and even Yufei himself can get involved when necessary, and Yufei has a trump card that he has not used yet. In fact, apart from archers and tree monsters, the Dark Knight Legion now has no fragile units. What? You mean the Raptor Druid? They have already turned into storm crows and flew across the river without even crossing the bridge. The feral wolves, mountain giants, and claw druids are all melee units. They should have been on the west side of the river to resist the incoming sets, creating opportunities for the long-range troops to output as much as they can. However, Yufei took into account that there were not many claw druids at present, and because they were almost all at the ordinary level, their melee strength was not particularly strong, and they were more of an auxiliary unit to replenish the blood of other units. Therefore, he asked the female hunters to guard both sides of the stone bridge, and the claw druids also crossed the river. Just when the claw druids had just crossed the river, Illidan and other mountain giants and wild wolves also retreated to the side of the river. Yufei's heart moved. If there was still a chance to evacuate all, it would be better not to fight hard. But the situation that appeared next made Yufei dispel this idea. I saw that in the river, the zombie murlocs had been trying to rush onto the stone bridge to block the retreat route of the Night Legion, but the elite female hunters could be considered to have high defense and thick blood, so most of the second and third level zombie murlocs had not been able to break through the defense line of these elite female hunters. On the contrary, under the attack of the Night Elf ranged troops that had crossed the river, the zombie fishermen suffered heavy losses. In just half a minute, the first level zombie amphibious followers were almost killed. However, it should be that the Hell Messenger of Sets was approaching this side, and the control over the zombie fishmen was much stronger. The zombie fishmen, who had been attacking without any rules, suddenly began to become orderly. I saw that the 12 zombie mutant fish monsters among the zombie fishmen suddenly jumped out of the water, ignoring the moon blades of the female hunters, and suddenly concentrated on sending a fierce attack to several elite female hunters. Clang clang. The weapons of the zombie mutant fish monsters hit the armor of the female hunters, making a harsh metal collision sound. Although the few female hunters who were attacked by the concentrated attack were not killed instantly because they reached the elite level, they were eventually repelled under the huge and heavy blows of these zombie mutant fish monsters. Seeing the opportunity, the other zombie fishmen following the mutant fish monsters immediately rushed forward and rushed onto the stone bridge from the gap created by brute force. Seeing this, without Euphenia's order, Luna led the elite female hunters who were still on the stone bridge to leave the stone bridge and walk to the shore. However, these female hunters walked to the west bank of the river. Considering that the current elite female hunters and the horror wolf have similar monster resistance, Euphenia decided to let these female hunters also resist the pursuit of the Sets on the west bank. The large army of Sets had actually been chasing Illidan and other melee units of the Night Legion. Illidan and his men were able to arrive first, because Maiev had just cast a smokescreen again, buying time for Illidan and his men. However, under the obstruction of the zombie murlocs, the Sets had already caught up. 100 meters away, wasn't the one gritting his teeth the Sets Hell Messenger? At this distance, archers and tree demons could easily attack them, and Euphenia would naturally not be polite to these Sets. In this way, the Sets who were chasing them would naturally be greeted by another round of arrows and wooden spears. Even the raptor druids joined in the fun, adding spirit fire to the Hell Messengers and Hell Servants who were rushing in the front. When the ranged attack was about to hit the Set's Hell Messenger, his face suddenly calmed down, no longer showing the ferocious expression just now. Because it had seen clearly that the few creatures who dared to hurt the greated did not escape. In his heart, he secretly ordered the zombie fishmen on the stone bridge to outflank from the rear and attack from both sides. The Hell Messenger led the melee Sets to pounce on the melee troops of the Dark Knight Legion who were solemnly displayed by the river. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Although the archers and tree demons were busy attacking the Sets on the other side, the elite female hunters who crossed the river one step ahead could not attack the Sets that caught up because of the range, so they naturally turned their attack targets to the zombie fishmen. This was not the most fatal thing. While countless moon blades were ricocheting in the pile of zombie fishmen, the fishmen standing on the stone bridge suddenly found that the stone bridge under their feet suddenly shook. Then, before they or the Set's Hell Messengers who controlled them could react, the 5 mountain giants who had been acting as a stone bridge suddenly turned over, and then spaff. The sound of their bodies being crushed rang out. Too cruel, too bloody, too violent. Euphenia couldn't help but close his eyes hypocritically. It had not been long since the zombie fishmen were transformed into undead creatures, so their flesh and blood were still abundant. Under the crushing of the mountain giants' huge bodies, they were like tomatoes being squeezed and burst, and their flesh and blood were blurred. In fact, it was reasonable that the mountain giants turning over would only press the zombie fishmen onto the riverbed, and the soft riverbed would make the crushing of the mountain giants ineffective. But in reality, it was not like this. Because of the depth of the river, the stone bridge was formed by the overlap of 2 mountain giants. Therefore, when the mountain giants above turned over, the zombie fishmen seemed to be sandwiched between 2 granite millstones. The ending was naturally imaginable. The experience provided by the complete death of these zombie fishmen actually promoted the 4 mountain giants that served as millstones to the elite level, which was also a pleasant surprise. However, Euphenia did not have time to analyze the specific attributes of the 4 mountain giants. Under his command, the 5 mountain giants in the river all got up and strode to the forefront of the melee defense line of the Dark Knight Legion, ready to start exercising their responsibilities as meat shields. Looking at the Set's Hell Messenger who was leading the way and releasing the stinking bee swarm with high spirits, Euphenia narrowed his eyes. Be proud. Let you be proud for a while. This yellow riverside is your burial place. Euphony already had the intention to kill the Hell Messenger. In addition to capturing the thief first, Euphony had a vague feeling that a problem that had troubled him for a long time might be solved after killing the Set's Hell Messenger. With this idea, the battle strategy was naturally easy to formulate. Tyrant, Illidan and Maiev once again stored the Hellbringer Silver at a distance, forming a small battlefield. The other troops began a bloody battle with the melee sets. At the same time, the ranged troops of the Night Elves also provided support on the east bank of the river. At the same time, Euphony also quietly gave orders to a unit not far away. There is only this chapter today. I will make it up tomorrow. Chapter 166. Blooming on three sides. A Set's soul thief swung his sickle fiercely and chopped off the head of a wild wolf that was already covered in wounds and lying on the ground unable to move. Behind this Set's soul thief, another wild wolf waved its claws and performed a wild combo. In the two consecutive attacks, one of the attacks was lucky enough to trigger a critical hit effect, causing the Set's soul thief, who was already covered in wounds, to fall to the ground unwillingly. A horror wolf let out a painful howl, twitched its two front paws violently, and gave a horror combo to the Set's hell servant in front of it, cutting its chest into a bloody mess. But this could not save its own life. The difference between the two levels made the horror wolf at this time exhausted after a while of fighting. On the scene, the Dark Knight Legion was completely at a disadvantage. Although the Command Aura, Thorn Aura, and the roaring skills released by several horror wolves from time to time add buffs to the melee troops of the Dark Knight Legion, the huge difference in numbers and the general level difference make it difficult for the melee units of the Dark Knight Legion to defeat the Sets. If it weren't for the mountain giants, especially the 5 existing elite mountain giants, and the uninterrupted long-range support of the archers and tree demons in the rear, I'm afraid the melee troops of the Dark Knight Legion would have been crippled long ago. Fortunately, Euphony left the elite female hunters on the riverside, resulting in a large number of Set's warriors, who were the largest number in the lowest level among the melee Sets. Otherwise, if 500 Sets rushed forward, even if most of them were only level 3 Sets warriors, the melee troops of the Dark Knight Legion would still not be able to hold on. Euphony only paid a little attention to the battlefield here, cast a moistening spell, and then rushed to another battlefield where the Set's Hell Messenger and the 3 heroes of the Night Elves were. With long-range support and the Claw Druid's rejuvenation, although at a disadvantage, the melee forces of the Night Legion will not be defeated in a short period of time. If it really doesn't work, let the mountain giants keep using the wretched taunt plus rejuvenation tactics, although the overall healing effect of rejuvenation is not as good as Euphony's nourishment. Its continuous recovery in single targets is unmatched by nourishment. 30 Claw Druids. 10 of them are responsible for their respective mountain giants, and the other 20 act according to circumstances, replenishing the health of the wolf if it is too low. As for the small battlefield, the 3 heroes have completely suppressed the Set's Hellbringer. Under Illidan's close entanglement, Maiev's roaming sneak attack and Tyrant's continuous burning arrow attacks, the situation on this battlefield is just the opposite of the two large forces. However, the Set's Hellbringer has a 9th level frame after all, and finally held on. In the mind of the Hell Messenger, as long as he can pin down the 3 leading enemies, his Sets will surely be able to kill the enemy's main force. At that time, the leaders of these enemies will only be beaten to death. The remaining mages are coming, and when the Set's mages also join the battlefield, these enemies will definitely be killed quickly. It just so happens that the enemy leader who poses the greatest threat to the mage troops is also here trying to surround and kill him. However, although the idea of the Hell Messenger is very beautiful, the reality is contrary to its idea. Not only did Euphony join the siege, which made it more stressed, but changes also occurred on the battlefield. With a shocking dragon roar, a purple dragon suddenly appeared above the Set's troops. After releasing a field of ice spears and a rain of fire from the sky, causing great damage to the melee Sets, it flew further west. After a while, the purple dragon found its target, a group of Set's mages trekking through the forest. After seeing this group of Set's mages, the purple dragon roared without hesitation, and then pounced down and attacked them. The Set's mages who were suddenly attacked were naturally shocked, and then habitually began to counterattack under the organization of several Set's shadow wizards. In the eyes of the set's mages, this kind of huge enemy with obvious targets is the easiest to bully. No matter how strong it is, it will definitely not be able to withstand the simultaneous attack of hundreds of shadow arrows and dark magic balls. On the surface, the situation encountered by the purple dragon seemed to be the same as the set's mages expected. More than 100 attacks directly submerged the purple dragon that pounced down, and red seemed to have turned into a black dragon at this time. However, after these shadow arrows and dark magic balls dissipated, the situation that appeared in front of the set's mages shocked them. Just like the situation when attacking those half-human and half-deer creatures before, the attacks of the set's mages fell on the purple dragon, and could not cause any harm to it. On the contrary, after many magics fell on the purple dragon, its scales became smoother, as if those attacks only cleaned the purple dragon's scales. The set's mages were stunned, and the purple dragon red would naturally not be polite to them. First, a dragon breath was sprayed out, killing several low-level set's mages, and causing splash damage to the surrounding enemies. Then it found several set's shadow wizards who led the set's mage army, and began to slaughter them with its advantage in melee combat. That's right, it was a massacre. The attacks of the set's mages had no effect on red, and skills such as attack curses and purification were directly ignored by red's magic immunity, and red's random attacks could cause huge damage to the sets. Gradually, red even became addicted to fighting, and it looked like a bit of martial arts when he didn't come up with attacks like the dragon claws and the dragon tail. Red was so excited that he didn't even bother to use magic with great lethality. Apart from hand-to-hand combat, he could only use dragon breath to assist in the attack. But even so, the set's mages were still very injured, and their numbers were decreasing rapidly. After Red paid special attention to and eliminated the set's shadow wizards in the team, only 70 or 80 set's mages were left and finally collapsed. There was nothing we could do. It was not that we were not fighting well, but that the enemy was too cunning. No, it was too powerful. We only needed the enemy to kill us, but we could not cause any harm to the enemy. How could we break this? Looking at the set's mages running away on the ground, Red, who flew back into the air, showed a humane look of satisfaction. His mission was completed. However, it was fun to bully these little bugs. Red randomly chose a direction and chased them, ready to continue teasing these little bugs that posed no threat. At the same time, the set's hell messenger in the battle had an ominous premonition in his heart. It stands to reason that the mage troops under his command should have arrived. Why haven't they appeared yet? Looking at the large army over there, if there is no long-range fire support, it is obvious that it will not be able to deal with the enemy's army for a while. If you can't hold on before your large army deals with the enemy, it will be dangerous. With the appearance of several set's mages who ran over crying, the hope of set's hell messenger was finally shattered, and its premonition became a reality. What made it even more annoyed and cold in its heart was that these set's mages were killed by several whistling arrows shot from the other side of the river before they arrived at the place where the large army was. Although he didn't know the specific situation, the hell messenger understood that his mage army might not be able to arrive. The bloodthirsty and cruel sets must have encountered an extremely terrifying situation to make him cry for his parents. Of course, Set's hell messenger didn't know that this was because of the dragon's deterrence of purple dragon reed and its swallowing skill that directly ate a Set's shadow wizard alive. Now the hell messenger prayed in his heart that his mage troops would die, and the previous powerful purple dragon must not participate in the battlefield here again. Whether the unknown enemy entered the small battlefield here, or the battlefield of the large army, Sets had no hope. It seemed that God heard Set's prayers, or that hell was blessing Sets, the hell messenger. The purple dragon red chose the direction of Sets's nest in the west, and did not rush to the river in the east. In fact, Yufei could call Red over, but he felt that it was unnecessary. As long as he participated in the small battlefield fighting with the hell messenger would definitely be defeated soon. At that time, the 4 hero units would participate in the big battlefield, and the Set's clan would be completely finished. Anyway, the overall situation has been decided. The Night Elves and Wild Wolves who have finished the battle need to rest. It is better to let Red destroy Set's nest first, but there is one thing to pay attention to. Yufei passed an order to Red, asking him to pay attention and rescue the captured dwarves, and not let them run around. Then, without paying attention to Red's situation, Yufei also joined the siege of Set's Hell Messenger. Now, the Hell Messenger is in trouble. 4 level 5 heroes of the Night Elves besieged it together, and each of them is only 1 level lower than it in terms of strength. Moreover, although the gap between the legendary level and the epic level is large, it is not far behind it with the 4 hero units' luxurious equipment. The Set's Hell Messenger, which was originally besieged by 3 heroes, was a bit stretched. Once Yufei joined, it became precarious all of a sudden. There was no way the black gas field could not be used for the time being. Chapter 167 Illidan breaks through. Without the black gas field, the Hell Messenger could not use the corpse manipulation and skeleton summoning skills, because there were no corpses around, so it could only fight with the rotten bee swarm and evil parasites. Apart from that, it could only fight hand to hand. However, the evil aura also increased its life recovery speed, so the Hell Messenger was able to hold on before. However, this struggling situation changed immediately after the Elf King Yufei also joined the battle. After Tyrant used another lunar arrow to knock the Hell Messenger into a dizzy state, Illidan's mana burning, Mayev's shadow raid and Yufei's huge leaf dance all flew towards Set's Hell Messenger at the same time. Even after these skills, Mayev also cast a knife array whirlwind in an attempt to bring the greatest damage. Such a fierce offensive naturally achieved excellent results. With the superposition of 4 skills, the blood volume of the Hell Messenger in Yufei's eyes dropped directly to less than 50%. Among these attacks, Mana Burn and Blade Cyclone are both instant damage, while Shadow Strike also carries continuous poison damage. This also offsets the life recovery effect brought by the LV3 Evil Aura. The worst thing is Yufei's Leaf Dance. After the huge leaf scratched a deep scar on the Hell Messenger, it did not disappear, but turned and added another scar on the back of the Hell Messenger. At the same time, Yufei used his mental power to control more than a dozen thorn vine seeds and spread them in an area behind the Hell Messenger of Sets. Although in a dizzy state, the Hell Messenger can still feel the huge damage caused by the enemy. Feeling the crisis of death, the Hell Messenger just recovered from the dizzy state and prepared to retreat at a high speed to get rid of Illidan's close entanglement first. However, when it woke up, it was strange to find that Illidan did not catch up. Just as it was wondering, a green light suddenly flashed on the surrounding grass, and then more than a dozen vines with barbs swept towards it, directly tying up the unsuspecting Hell Messenger. At this time, Illidan rushed forward and launched a melee attack against the immobile Set's Hell Messenger again. Yufei knew that the thorn vines could not trap the Hell Messenger for too long, so he ordered Mayev, Tyrant and others to attack together, and he himself controlled the leaf dance that had not yet dissipated to make it cut the Hell Messenger's body like a flying sword. Set's Hell Messenger was stunned by this sudden attack, but the pain in his body and the constantly fading vitality made it react quickly. With an angry roar, relying on the 9th level of physical strength, the Hell Messenger broke free from the thorn vines, and the barbs on the thorn vines also scraped its flesh and blood, which looked very terrifying. But the terror on the outside obviously couldn't make the battle-hardened heroes hesitate at all. Even though Yufei felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, his face didn't change color at all. After many battles after his advent, Yufei also adapted to this kind of bloody scene. Besides, his body is now the Elf King. If he shows cowardice in front of his subordinates, where is his dignity? Even if it is to establish prestige, Yufei will not show a trace of discomfort. The health of the Set's Hell Messenger is only about 1/3 at this time. As a cunning and cruel Sets, it should have escaped at this time. But unexpectedly, the Set's Hell Messenger, who had withdrawn and retreated, rushed towards Illidan in front of him with a ferocious face, and continued to fight with him, and the offensive seemed to be more crazy than before. TSK. Yufei sneered. If he had not experienced much before, Yufei would still think that this Set's Hell Messenger was a real man of iron and blood, but Yufei, who has experienced a lot, would not have such a naive idea now. Let's put it this way, with Tyrant and Yufei's long-range attacks, especially Tyrant's lunar arrow with a stun effect and a very long range and Yufei's excellent skill of blocking the road, the Set's Hell Messenger would not be able to escape at all. In this case, it has only one way to fight hard, and maybe it can die with a hero. Of course, this is just the usual situation. According to some dog blood plots, this should be the set's Hell Messenger fully demonstrating his bravery and bloodiness. Then Yufei has a heart of love for talent and does not kill him directly, but after capturing him, he will stage a drama of untying and persuading him to surrender, and the Hell Messenger will bow down, and Yufei will have another powerful general. Yufei will not have such a painful idea. He knew clearly that, although he was the suspected protagonist, he certainly did not have the aura of the protagonist in the melodramatic novels, which could make the enemy bow down to him willingly. No, it was at his knees. Besides, with Sets's character, if he really surrendered, Yufei would have to defend him like a time bomb. Just like that, Sets Hell Messenger did not retreat a step, and the 4 Night Elf heroes including Yufei fought steadily. Soon, in Yufei's eyes, Sets Hell Messenger's health was only a little bit left. With a thought in his mind, Yufei did not launch an attack to grab heads to fill his level 5 to level 6 experience slot, and even made Tyrant and Maiev stop attacking. This life value seems small, but in fact, according to the base of the Hell Messenger's vitality, it is not small. If it is a normal attack, it will take at least 4 or 5 times to clear it. The best way is to use a skill. For example, Mana Burn can almost directly penetrate the remaining health of the Hell Messenger to the end and kill it directly. But Illidan, the only one still fighting with the Hellbringer of Sets, did not do so. He was seen waving his double blades frantically, completely ignoring the attacks of the Hellbringer when he was dying, and cutting the Hellbringer again and again. When the Hellbringer swung his sickle for the last time and slashed Illidan hard, Illidan also slammed his double blades together, taking away the last bit of life of the Hellbringer of Sets. In the final fight, because Yufei and his team stopped attacking, the Hellbringer's dying counter-attack added 3 or 4 deep scars on Illidan's body. However, Illidan did not care at this time, and Yufei did not intend to use the moisturizing spell to heal Illidan's injuries. After killing the Hellbringer of Sets, Illidan stood still, and because of the blindfold, everyone could not see Illidan's expression. Suddenly, Illidan turned from stillness and suddenly pulled out the pair of magic blades in his hands again and began to cut the body of the Hellbringer frantically. At the same time, Illidan began to chant in a tone that no one could understand. Could it be that Illidan had a habit of torturing corpses? No. Yufei clearly saw that, while Illidan was cutting the body of the Hell Messenger, wisps of black air gradually flowed out of the body of the completely dead Sets Hell Messenger, and soon was attracted by a strange force, and entered Illidan's body. Yufei frowned. He had some guesses in his mind, but he was not sure, until the body of Sets Hell Messenger was already in pieces, and Illidan stood there with thick black hair all over his body, and let out a huge roar towards the sky. After the roar, the black air around Illidan's body suddenly wrapped him up, forming a black sphere. Then, within a second, the black sphere exploded, and a brand new Illidan, or Illidan in demon form, appeared in front of the heroes. Illidan was naked, with only his lower body wrapped in a black mist. 2 curved horns grew on his head, but this did not affect his image, but added a sense of evil charm. Behind Illidan were 2 huge demon wings, which gave Illidan a more evil and powerful aura. Yufei couldn't wait to check Illidan's attributes, and confirmed his guess. Illidan had indeed reached level 6. The 3 attributes of Illidan at level 6 have been greatly enhanced, and the attack, defense, speed, etc. have all been greatly improved. The most important thing is that the ultimate skill has been lit up. Illidan now is in the form. After using the demon transformation, Illidan did not allocate the skill points after reaching level 6, but one of the 2 skill points was directly used to light up the demon transformation skill, which made Yufei a little confused. However, after combining all the events before and after, Yufei understood something. There is a huge bottleneck from level 5 to level 6, which makes Tyrant, Maiev and Illidan before very distressed. After all, the feeling of not being able to increase their strength is too painful for those who are summoned as combat units. But after killing the Hellbringer of Sets, Illidan broke through this bottleneck. After careful consideration, Yufei felt that Illidan's breakthrough was not only due to the huge experience provided by the Hellbringer of Sets as a level 9 unit. More of it should be due to Illidan's behavior after the Hellbringer was killed. But after asking Illidan, Yufei found that Illidan himself didn't know what happened at the time. It seems that each hero has its own different requirements for advancement. Yufei sighed. The reactions of Tyrande and Maiev were much more straightforward. Maiev had an expression of envy and jealousy, while Tyrande was more reserved, but the envy in her eyes, when she occasionally glanced at Illidan, could not be concealed. Illidan, who was still in the demon form, sensed several sensitives, and felt Tyrande's gaze from time to time, and he felt happy immediately. Chapter 168, Destroys Sets. It seems that Illidan was promoted because he killed a powerful demon-like creature. Some information that Tyrande told Euphony also confirmed this from the side. Illidan told Euphony that he could achieve his strength in the future by killing more demons. Even after killing a particularly powerful demon, his demon transformation can have some favorable changes. Illidan's demon form is different from the one in the game. It can last for up to 3 minutes, which gives Euphony the opportunity to fully understand the various data of Illidan's demon form. Without any hesitation, Euphony ordered Maiev to scratch Illidan in demon form, leaving a large wound. Illidan, who was suddenly attacked, but was ordered by Euphony to stand still, was speechless, but the speed of his wound healing was so fast that he scared himself. The half-foot-long wound that Maiev had cut on Illidan began to heal visibly as soon as Maiev's ratchet left Illidan's body. In less than 10 seconds, the wound disappeared, and even the patterns on the wound on Illidan's body in demon form reappeared. It seems that after Illidan transformed into a demon, his life recovery speed became very abnormal. Euphony could understand this. Illidan himself has a skill that can greatly increase his life recovery speed. Fanatical. Coupled with the increased life recovery speed after the demon transformation, and the life recovery speed increased by his equipment, it is not surprising that his life recovery speed can be almost regenerated at an extremely fast speed. Euphony thought maliciously, after transforming into a demon and letting the claw druid continue to bless rejuvenation, I'm afraid that the damage caused by the enemy to Illidan is not as fast as his life recovery speed. Then, Illidan will be promoted to the first meat shield of the Night Elves. Illidan, who was showing off on the spot, shuddered for no reason, feeling that something bad was going to happen. Next, Euphony asked Illidan to use the long-range attack ability he had after the demon transformation. Illidan put his hands together, and an energy ball flew out, with a green hellfire on the surface of the energy ball. After hitting the Set's camp that was still fighting in the distance, a Set's warrior was directly blown up by the energy ball, and the exploding hellfire splashed on the Sets around him, burning continuously and causing them to howl in pain. According to the information Illidan knew himself, he actually inherited the Set's Hell Messenger's ability to use the black gas field, or the ability of Hell Sacrifice. However, Illidan's use of Hell Sacrifice cannot make low-level Sets promoted like the Set's Hell Messenger. He can only release the black gas field. Euphony guessed that this might be because the demon transformation of the demon hunter in 3C also appeared a black aura. In addition, Illidan's total health value has also increased a lot after the transformation. It can be said that all states have been comprehensively surpassed. After breaking through the bottleneck from level 5 to level 6, Illidan has been able to defeat ordinary or even stronger epic level strongmen alone. When it reaches level 7, its own strength will reach the epic level, and it is likely to sweep the same level again. After analyzing Illidan's combat power after the upgrade, Illidan's demon transformation can still last for about 2 minutes. With the idea of using it when possible, Euphony asked Illidan to rush directly into the camp of melee Sets alone, and began to release the black gas field. In order to gather the greatest strength to kill the melee units of the Dark Knight Legion, the Sets stood very densely. Illidan's black gas field enveloped it, and even 80% of the melee Sets were engulfed. At this time, among the Sets who found that their boss, the Hell Envoy of Sets, had been killed, there was a panic atmosphere. This panic was expanded to the limit after Illidan used the black gas field, causing the Sets trapped in the black gas field to madly gather at the black gas cover at the edge of the black gas field, desperately attacking the black gas cover, trying to open a gap so that they could escape. However, the black gas shield formed by the black gas field originally had a very strong internal defense. Although there were more than 300 melee Sets attacking the black gas shield, the black gas shield did not show any sign of collapse. Looking at the panicked Sets in the black gas field, Illidan smiled, and then the black gas in the field condensed into hundreds of weapons and began to fly towards the Sets. While the black weapons attacked the sets, Illidan himself was not idle, constantly condensing energy balls with hellfire and firing them at the sets. Perhaps Illidan's attack awakened the panicked sets. After these melee sets attacked the black gas shield to no avail, they actually rushed forward, surrounded Illidan regardless of the attacks of the black weapons, and attacked him. Ha! These sets are not stupid. If they kill Illidan, they can indeed break the black gas field. But, don't they look at their own strength? In just 10 seconds, more than 100 sets who were covered in the black gas field had died, and some of them finally attacked Illidan. However, the result of the attack made these sets who thought they had found hope suddenly feel that the sun and the moon had lost their light. The third level set's warrior's sickle slashed on Illidan, and it was almost difficult to break through his defense. Only the attack of the set's soul thief could make a small bloody wound. And the few sets hell slaves who remained among the melee sets could only scratch a wound less than half a foot long on Illidan. If the defense was only so strong, the sets would still have the confidence to rely on the human wave tactics to make Illidan suffer here, but the visible healing speed after the wound appeared made these sets despair. The wounds caused by the set's soul thieves almost healed as soon as the sickle left Illidan's body. The wounds caused by the few sets hell slaves also disappeared completely in 5 or 6 seconds. There is nothing much to say next. It is nothing more than Illidan slaughtering the sets who have no will to resist without mercy. However, Illidan also found an interesting situation. That is, the black gas field can move with Illidan's movement, and the black gas cover has the characteristics of allowing entry but not exit. Of course, this is limited to living beings, and it still has a certain defense ability against external attacks. Yufei is very satisfied with this. If the black gas field cannot move, the number of enemies that can be covered at a time is less than 1000, and the power is greatly limited. Being able to move and include new enemies in the field will make Illidan a butcher on the battlefield. You know, the army on the mainland is not like sets, generally with a strength of 3 to 5 levels. Seeing this situation, the melee troops of the Dark Knight Legion, which have been suppressed, also feel a sense of venting their anger. Illidan is the leader of the melee troops assigned by Yufei. Seeing him show his power, the mountain giants and the wild wolves certainly feel proud. Even the holy giant wolf and shadow demon tiger had to admit that Illidan was now much stronger than them. After this battle, the number of wild wolves was reduced from about 150 to just over 100, and none of the mountain giants were killed. This seemed to indicate that the wild wolves would gradually withdraw from the main battle sequence of the Night Elves in the future, unless they could once again make a big overall advancement. Shaking his head and throwing away this idea, Yufei looked at Illidan, who had returned to normal from the demon form. Yufei could see that Illidan's experience slot from level 6 to level 7 had been filled by 1/3. However, there might not be such a fast opportunity to upgrade in the future, and according to Illidan, the experience of killing ordinary creatures is much less than that of creatures like sets that are related to demons. This seemed to indicate that, after reaching level 6, the hero's upgrade would not be as fast as before level 6. Illidan killed nearly 300 sets, who were experienced for him, and only filled 1/3 of the empty experience slot. By the way, I have to mention here that no equipment was found on the body of the set's Hell Messenger. Well, or rather, the body of the set's Hell Messenger no longer exists. Yufei felt that this might be because Illidan absorbed all the energy from the Hell Messenger. At this time, all the crises had been resolved, and the mountain giants lay down in the river again, but it made the ranged troops of the Night Legion on the east bank of the river return to the west bank of the river. Then, after a short rest for a few minutes, the Night Legion set out again, and began to march towards the gathering place of the sets. During the march, Yufei had already turned his attention to Reed. While Illidan was wreaking havoc in the camp of the melee sets, Reed also chased or teased some escaped sets mages to the set's gathering point. This gathering point actually still had dozens of sets left behind, and some were far away and some were near, obviously to prevent the prisoners from escaping. However, these remaining troops were obviously extremely vulnerable in front of Reed. Red, who had lost his playful mood, went straight to a combination of ice and fire, killing all the sets who stayed behind. The tied up hell dwarves were all stunned when they saw Red coming. Red thought of Yufei's order, and being too lazy to communicate with the reptile in his eyes, He directly released his dragon power and pressed the captured hill dwarves down. In his opinion, this was also to obey Eupheni's order to prevent these dwarves from escaping. Eupheni, who saw the situation in front of him, did not know whether to laugh or cry, and led the Dark Knight Legion to speed up and advance towards Red. The third update is finished. Please subscribe and reward or something. Chapter 169 Rescue of the Dwarf. The Yellow River is not too far from the gathering place of sets. After passing the kobold camp and walking for more than 10 minutes, the Night Elves could already see Red's purple body. Red, who was lying on the ground board, became excited when he saw the Night Legion arriving. During the time it was waiting, it had already killed the few remaining sets, and the hot-tempered dragons were really not suitable for waiting. Red was about to fly up to the sky above the Night Legion to show off his achievements, but when he saw dozens of dwarves who were suppressed by his dragon power and thought of the task Eupheni had assigned to him, he had to resist the urge to spread his wings and fly up, staring at the Night Legion approaching from afar, with a thick tail shaking constantly. Seeing Red's performance, Eupheni couldn't help but be a little speechless. When the purple dragon Red was still a little red dragon, it was fine to act cute. Now it is already 70 to 80 meters long, and its huge body is lying there like a small hill. It is too incongruous to make such a pitiful expression and action, right? Ahem. If you really count, Red is actually only about 1 month old. It is because it has grown too fast even for goblins with a shorter lifespan. A month old is just a baby, not to mention the giant dragons known for their long lifespan. Although Red's mental age is not as fast as his physical age, he can complete the tasks assigned by Eupheni very well, and can still insist on guarding the dwarves when he is bored. Eupheni is already very satisfied. Although it can be seen from a distance, the Dark Knight Legion still took about 2 minutes to walk the rest of the way before finally reaching the original gathering place of sets. It can only be said to be the original, and now there are probably not many sets left in the wind whispering forest. After the Dark Knight Legion arrived, Red finally couldn't help but take off and began to fly over the area, stretching his body, which had been nestled on the ground with an uncomfortable smell for a while. In fact, Red wanted to act like a spoiled child with Tyrant, but considering his current size, this kind of thing probably wouldn't happen now or in the future. After looking at Red, Eupheni turned his attention to the more than 50 dwarves tied up in the center of the open space. The original dwarves plus the newly captured dwarves that Eupheni saw when he used the Storm Crow to explore the set's gathering point at night must be more than 50. Now there are only these few left here, and it is obvious that the other dwarves were killed by the sets before. While Eupheni was thinking about this, the dwarves were naturally watching the sudden appearance of Eupheni and the Dark Knight Legion behind him. This group of dwarves has also experienced a lot of shocks, and their nerves have become more resilient. After being captured by the sets, their companions being slaughtered and sacrificed, and the sudden appearance and suppression of the dragon, the dwarves did not make any commotion when they saw the sudden appearance of the Night Legion. They just stared at Eupheni, who was walking out of the team, obviously waiting for Eupheni to speak first. Eupheni, who was stared at by more than 50 dwarves, also felt uncomfortable. He took a few steps back and called out the 5 hill dwarves including Gargant, who were mixed in the Night Legion. Gargant and his friends now worship the Night Elves as gods. The sets, who had completely destroyed their tribe with just a small team, were defeated directly in the battle with this Night Elves. The sets did not even have a few members left, including the epic set's Hell Messenger, who was killed by the Night Elves. Epic. That's epic. Gargant knew that even the entire group of hill dwarves only had a few legendary strongmen on the surface, and it was still unknown whether there were any epic strongmen. At this time, Gargant had thrown away the idea that the Night Elves had any conspiracy. With such strength, what conspiracy would they need? The hill dwarves can be said to be one of the largest branches of the dwarves. The Night Elves are just a tribe of the elves. They are almost the same as the hill dwarves in terms of high-end combat power and even mid-end combat power. That is, the population is too small. Now, Gargant, Ganji and other 5 dwarves who have experienced the whole process of the Night Legion's extermination of the Set's tribe have regarded the Night Elves as a tribe that has been passed down from the ancient elves and hidden from the world. Only in this way can we explain the origin of the huge ancient tree where the Night Elves live and why the Night Elves have such powerful strength. At this time, Gargant has completely brought himself into the identity of a member of the Night Elves. After all, his tribe has become a thing of the past. People always have to look forward. Since the Night Elves have such strong strength and have a certain courtesy to several of his dwarves, Gargant is not stingy with his loyalty. Of course, the fact that the Night Elves avenged their genocide for him was also a very important reason. Gargant walked out of the Night Legion team. In the previous battles, Eupheny had always placed them at the back of the team and never let these dwarves participate in the battle. Now, it was time for these dwarves to take action. They could use their identity as a fellow tribe to explain the situation to the dwarves captured by sets, and it would be best to win them all over to the side of the Night Elves. In Eupheny's plan, although there were few dwarves, those who could survive Sets' extermination and hold on until the end of the battle and be captured were all strong. Although their strength was still not enough for the Night Elves. In fact, among the hill dwarves, these dwarves, who were generally silver to cloud level, were already mid to high end forces. If the Night Elves could subdue these dwarves and make them establish a new dwarf tribe, it would be of great help to Euphany's strategy of stabilizing the rear and concentrating on attacking the human world. This tribe of elite dwarves is already quite powerful, and with the support of the Night Elves, Eupheny believes that this newly established tribe will develop quickly. Eupheny hopes that the dwarf tribe under his control and his plan can develop to the point where it can enter the Elders' Council of the Hill Dwarves. In this way, when adjusting the relationship with the hill dwarves behind him, he can have a certain advantage. When Gargant walked out of the Night Legion, the captured dwarves who had been staring at Eupheny and not making any movement were in a commotion. Then, a voice with some uncertainty in the tone sounded. "Cousin, is that you?" A dwarf who looked younger among the dwarves said this timidly, and the person asking the question was naturally Gargant. Hearing this voice, Gargant was also stunned and immediately looked at the young dwarf who spoke. When he saw the dwarf clearly, he was also shocked. "Phil, why is it you? Has the Copperhammer tribe also been conquered by those demons?" Gargant had suddenly discovered that the dwarf who spoke was actually his cousin who lived in another tribe. Gargant's question excited Phil, and he shouted to the dwarves around him, "This is my cousin Gargant. He used to be a guard captain of the Stone tribe. We are safe." Then, the group of dwarves quickly broke free from the vines that bound them, and then Whoosh surrounded Gargant and the other dwarves, asking questions in a flurry. Seeing that these dwarves easily broke free, Eupheny was also stunned, and then he figured it out. The dwarves are very strong, and the dwarves in front of him are at least silver level strong. The vines are not the thorny vines that Eupheny used to grow vines, so they naturally cannot tie up these dwarves. It's just that they were captured by the Sets before. There was always a group of Sets who were much stronger than them guarding them. Naturally, it was difficult to escape. These dwarves could only be tied up honestly. Then, although the Sets were destroyed, the purple dragon Reed, who suddenly came to destroy the Sets, directly suppressed the dwarves' actions with the dragon's might. These dwarves still dared not move at all. But now it's different. The dragon has restrained its dragon's might and flew back into the air. Of course, the dwarves can recognize these newly appeared creatures as elves, although there are some subtle differences. The relationship between the dwarves and the elves is still okay, so these dwarves all relaxed. However, because they didn't know what Euphany's intentions were, they didn't dare to move. They just secretly expected something in their hearts, so they stared straight at Eupheny, the elven king who was the leader. The appearance of Gargant and several other dwarves directly triggered this expectation. Especially Gargant, as a guard chief in a large tribe, was still known by some people. Seeing that Gargant seemed to be doing well among these elves, the dwarves finally couldn't hold back, broke free from the vines that had bound them for a long time, and surrounded Gargant and Ganji and other dwarves to ask about the situation. Next, Gargant first communicated with his cousin Fail and learned the general situation of these captured dwarves. Then, he announced to these dwarves that the group of demons that killed the hill dwarves had been completely destroyed by the elves behind him. Hearing this news, the emotions of the surviving dwarves were directly detonated, and the inquiries not only did not stop, but became even more noisy. Although Gargant and the other 4 dwarfs tried their best to answer the various questions of the dwarves around them, they were still overwhelmed. Looking at the noisy situation in front of him, which was like a vegetable market, Eupheny frowned and secretly issued an order in his heart. Roar, a shocking dragon roar, but it was Riyad who flew back again, making a huge roar, shocking these hill dwarves. Today is 1, and Ming is 3. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Gargantuan's Talent for Public Speaking. Looking at the dwarves who were stunned by his dragon roar, Red's huge dragon face was full of smugness, and Eupheny also showed a satisfied expression when he saw this. If I don't give them some color, these dwarves really don't know the situation. Strictly speaking, they have only changed from being captives of sets to being captives of the Night Elves. Is it because the Night Elves are not as scary as sets that they have no fear at all? This won't work. Eupheny still wants to control these dwarves, so of course he can't appear too lacking in dignity. However, Eupheny and the others couldn't say anything at this time. Just let Red shock them. If the Night Elves themselves explain their powerful strength to these dwarves, it would be a bit of a status issue. It's better to let Gargant and the others play freely. However, the following situation made Eupheny a little bit amused. After Red's shock, none of the dwarves who were originally asking questions enthusiastically dared to speak for a while, and their eyes were dodging and unconsciously glancing at Red. It seems that when Red killed the sets who were guarding the captured dwarves, he left a deep impression on them. This is good. If you don't ask questions, let Gargant and the others explain the situation directly. At Euphany's signal, Gargant began to give a speech with saliva splashing. Half an hour later, all the rescued dwarves understood the current situation. When they learned that the demons that destroyed their tribe and killed their relatives and tribesmen had been killed, and there were only a few left, they were all in tears. Some dwarves who saw their loved ones being slaughtered by sets and even their corpses were not spared were extremely excited and even fell to the ground from a distance to express their gratitude to Eupheny. It seems that if Red hadn't been standing here, these dwarves would immediately surround Eupheny and express their gratitude. Of course, knowing the strength of the Night Elves, well, in the eyes of these dwarves, of course, it is an ancient elf tribe called Dark Night. These dwarves were very surprised after knowing the strength of the Night Elves. You know, there is not even a single legendary warrior in their tribe, and this Night Elf tribe can actually kill an epic demon. It is too powerful. Some hill dwarves who have been captured by sets for a while know that sets has no less than 10 legendary demons, and there are countless demons of the sky level and below. These dwarves who were captured earlier still hoped that the Hill Dwarf Elder Council could rescue them at first, but after realizing that the strength of the sets, whose lowest strength is above the bronze level, they all despaired. You know, even if the masters of all the tribes of the Hill Dwarves are added together, they are only about the same as sets. If all the Hill Dwarves are not mobilized to launch a human wave tactic, or ask for help from other dwarf branches, the sets cannot be defeated at all. Because of these understandings, and seeing with his own eyes that some of the dwarves who were captured with him were selected for evil sacrifices at intervals, when Eupheny first used the Stormcrow to scout, the hill dwarves who had been captured long ago looked lifeless. It was just such a demonic force that the hill dwarves could not easily defeat, and this Night Elf tribe actually wiped them all out with only the loss of about 50 tamed monsters and a few tribesmen. This was really amazing. However, after Gargant explained his guess to the dwarves, that is, this Night Elf tribe was a hidden tribe passed down from the ancient elves, these dwarves understood. After all, in ancient times, the elves had established an empire. The territory occupied by the elves at that time was much larger than the territory of the Holy Empire in its heyday. If this Night Elf tribe was a hidden tribe inherited from the Elf Empire at that time, it was natural that it had such a strong strength. However, after sighing, the rescued dwarves were at a loss. What should I do now? They were rescued, but their tribe, relatives, and friends were almost all killed by those damn demons. Where could they go? As for revenge on sets, Gargant had already made it very clear that sets had been completely wiped out, and they couldn't even take revenge themselves. Seeing the sadness and confusion on the faces of the dwarves in front of him, Gargant knew that it was time for him to speak. Previously, Yufei had explained to him the meaning of the Night Elves as the king of the Night Elves. Gargant also agreed with Yufei's proposal to gather these dwarves to form a new tribe. Not only to give these people of the same tribe a place to go, Gargant, who already has the strength of the cloud level, also has his own ambitions. If a new tribe is established under his initiative, Gargant will definitely be able to occupy a place in it, which is a big temptation for Gargant, who was originally just a guard captain. Of course, Gargant also thought of a deeper level. These dwarves are elites who survived after being eliminated by sets. Among the 50 surviving dwarves, there are 5 young CO level masters like him, and there are 14 gold level masters, while the remaining 31 are all silver level masters. With such strength, although the number of people is small, the newly established tribe will surely develop quickly. Moreover, judging from the meaning revealed in the words of Yufei, the king of the Night Elves, the Night Elves will exist as Gargantuan's backstage in the future. In this case, Gargantuan doesn't know what kind of situation the newly established tribe will develop into in the future. At this time, the rescued dwarves have begun to whisper. In addition to the sorrow for their dead relatives and friends in the past, they are also cautiously discussing the way out for the future. At this time, Gargantuan took a step forward and shouted at these dwarves with the loudest voice. "Brothers, I guess you don't have a direction for the next step now?" Gargantuan's loud voice attracted the attention of these dwarves again. When hearing Gargantuan's question, a few affirmative answers such as yes and right came from the dwarves. Hearing the answers of these dwarves, Gargant could not help but become more confident. "Well, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you brothers are willing to listen to it?" Gargant's cousin Fail in the dwarf group spoke up. "Cousin, just say whatever you have to say. Anyway, all the people here are homeless dwarves. No matter what you have to say, it shouldn't be worse than the current situation." Throwing a look at his cousin, "That said, you are really cooperative. You know what's good for you." Gargant continued to speak. "Actually, I'm the same as everyone else. Everyone present should know my situation. The Stone Tribe is one of the tribes closest to the lair of this damn demon, so it was one of the first tribes to be massacred by these demons." Hearing this, the surviving dwarves could not help but nod. Indeed, the dwarf tribes they originally belonged to were farther away from here than the Stone Tribe, so they naturally knew about the destruction of the Stone Tribe. However, the incident happened suddenly, and the surrounding tribes did not react for a while, and Sets was too powerful, so the hill dwarf tribe near the Whispering Wind Forest was almost destroyed. Gargant paused, and then continued. "Everyone must have seen the situation when those horrible demons slaughtered the tribesmen. It was too painful to watch your relatives and friends being killed by those demons, and being unable to do anything." The dwarves naturally had empathy on their faces. Yes, that feeling was really a torment. Some of the dwarves present even lowered their heads in shame, hating themselves for not dying with others at that time. And what was the reason for all this? Was it the cruelty of those demons? Yes, that's right. But this is only part of the reason. More importantly, our tribe is not strong enough. If our tribe was strong enough, or the surrounding hill dwarf tribes united, this would never happen. Hearing these words, most of the dwarves lowered their heads and thought deeply. Yes, although they hated Sets and the others, they also understood that if they or their tribes had enough strength, for example, the strength of the Night Elf tribe, those demons would not be a threat at all. But when they thought of this, they became sad again. Now that they didn't even have a tribe, what was the point of thinking about these things? Seeing the performance of the dwarves, Gargant knew that the time had come. Although he had the same emotions as these dwarves, this was not the time to be sad. Now everyone, including me, is actually a person without a tribe. Maybe in the future we may go to other hill dwarf tribes, live there, and forget about these things now. The dwarves all agreed to some extent. Many dwarves thought so. But have you ever thought that, although we are all strong, if we join other tribes, we will definitely not have a good position in those tribes? And the more critical point is, if there is another demon attack, what can we do? Will we still be a shameful captive like this time? I guess the new tribe will not have the strength to resist the demons. Hearing this, Some smarter dwarves have already guessed Gargantuan's intention, but these dwarves are still very excited. No, we don't want to feel helpless when our relatives are killed. We will resist resolutely. Forcing a smile, Gargantuan slowly said his proposal. Chapter 171 Demon Slayer Tribe. We dwarves have the same experience, the same hatred, and even the same will, so why can't we form a new hill dwarf tribe together? Garganet asked the dwarves in a stern tone. The dwarves who were standing there and shouting excitedly seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer and woke up. Yes. Why can't we dwarves with the same experience form a new tribe ourselves? Seeing that the dwarves were all thinking about this proposal, Garganet struck while the iron was hot and continued. Think about it. Even if we outsiders join other dwarf tribes, we won't achieve anything in battle. But it's different if we form our own tribe. Although we are only more than 50 people, our combined strength cannot be underestimated, and we will definitely be stronger in the future. If we all build a new tribe together, then our future destiny will be under our own control. Like this time's demon disaster, our dwarf tribes near the Whispering Wind Forest were attacked one by one, and the Council of Elders did not take action due to lack of strength. We understand this, but it is difficult to accept. If we form a new tribe, we dwarves with the same experience will definitely be able to unite and develop, making the tribe stronger. In this way, if we encounter a disaster like the demon disaster again, we will have the possibility to protect our relatives and friends. I have a dream. I dream that one day these dwarves present will no longer have to watch their relatives and friends die because of their lack of strength. I have a dream. I dream that one day the tribe we built with our own hands can proudly declare that we are not afraid of all inexplicable disasters. I have a dream. I dream that in the future we will no longer be captured in such a shameful way as we are now and lose our dignity as dwarves. I have a dream. I dream that in the future, when facing all enemies, the tribesmen of the tribe will be united and rely on their own strength to eliminate those who dare to invade the tribe one by one. I dream of being able to protect those who love us and those who love us. I dream that our own tribe can stand among the powerful tribes of the dwarves. What about you? Gargant shouted the last 3 words. Euphony was already dumbfounded when he saw this. Gargant was not fighting alone. At this time, he was possessed by Martin Luther King. This was the dwarf version of I Have a Dream. To be honest, Gargant still had a little intention to satisfy his ambition at the beginning, but as he spoke, his words were more like his own voice. He could no longer tell whether he was making a speech for ambition or his own intention. When it came to proposing the establishment of a new tribe, Gargant understood his own thoughts. It is true that ambition exists, but this is more of his true feelings. The dwarf version of I Have a Dream was indeed Gargantuan's dream. So in the end, he was also infected by his own speech. After finishing speaking, he nervously watched the reactions of other dwarves. For a long while, the dwarves who listened to Gargantuan's exciting speech did not react at all, and Gargantuan showed a hint of disappointment on his face. But then, a voice came from the dwarves. I'm willing. I agree with your proposal, cousin. I want to form a new tribe with everyone. This was Fail's voice. His voice was loud, and there was some excitement and trembling in it, but the meaning of the words was clear. And this voice ignited the emotions of the dwarves. I'm willing to. We want to form a new tribe ourselves. Agree to the proposal. That tsunami-like voice drowned out the frustrated Gargantuan, making him suddenly excited. Everyone agreed. There was nothing to say next. Although it has been decided that the 55 dwarves present will form a new tribe, there is no camp for the time being, that is, to establish a name and give the new tribe a name. After the dwarves discussed, they all agreed on the name Demon Slayer Tribe to express their irreconcilable opposition to the demons and other demons that had killed their relatives. Euphony was stunned when he knew the name. Isn't this the same name as the name of the hero exclusive suit that Illidan can redeem at level 6? Then Gargantuan, as the leader of the new Demon Slayer Tribe, proposed to become a subsidiary tribe of the Night Elves, and everyone agreed without much trouble, which surprised Euphony. In fact, it is understandable, if you think about it carefully. Compared with joining those dwarf tribes that did not help their previous small and medium-sized tribes, these dwarves have no grudges in their hearts to become a subsidiary tribe of the Night Elves who helped them avenge and rescue them. After thinking about it, Yufei decided to let the newly established Demon Slayer tribe use the original Kobold camp as the location of the tribe. In fact, the Ogre camp is better, but considering that it is a hill dwarf tribe after all, it is better to be closer to the dwarf hills, where the hill dwarf tribe is located, so it was decided here. Anyway, with the construction skills of the dwarves, although they are not as good as their forging skills, they can still transform a kobold camp with a certain foundation. As the initiator of the establishment of the tribe, and with the implicit support of the Night Elves, Gargant temporarily became the patriarch of the Demon Killer tribe, and the other young CO level dwarves with similar strength to him had no objection. However, Gargant himself did have a sense of urgency. The dream he mentioned earlier was almost his expectation in his heart. As the patriarch of the new tribe, Gargant suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders was much heavier. After leaving Reed as the protection force of the Demon Killer tribe when building the camp, Yufei led the Dark Knight Legion back to the place where they first landed, and began to rest. It was not that Yufei deliberately wanted the troops to march quickly after a series of battles. Yufei had to take the troops away from the place where the dwarves were before resting. At this time, there were still many ordinary Night Elves in the Dark Knight Legion, and it was very easy for people to see something wrong in their words and deeds. If these dwarves noticed something, even if it was just a guess, it would not be good. Yufei considered that at least elite level Night Elves were needed to prevent the native creatures of Esraz from noticing anything unusual. Before, Yufei had deployed elite or elite level Night Elves around Gargant and the other dwarves. For example, most of them were ordinary level Raptor Druids and Claw Druids, but Yufei did not let them come into contact with the dwarves. As for the mountain giants, that are easy to attract attention, although there are many ordinary level ones, as giants, they will be relatively slow, different from ordinary people, so there is no need to worry. After temporarily eliminating all the hidden dangers, Yufei also felt that the sense of crisis that had always existed in his heart had faded a lot, so he experienced the first human sleep after landing on the continent of Esraz. In his sleep, Yufei dreamed that he entered the human world and soon found the thing called the Heart of Eternity, which allowed his body to evolve into the Tree of Eternity. Then he used the countless energy mines found in the Warcraft mountains and the Wind Whispering Forest to expand his strength crazily, sweeping across the continent of Esraz and even hitting the Dragon continent, making the Dragon clan surrender to the feet of the Night Elves. Then he kept practicing Yuan Mu Zenju until he reached the stage of overcoming the tribulation. With the powerful strength of the giant tree, he overcame the tribulation that was much weakened in the other world and ascended. After ascending, he arrived in the world where the earth was. Then, there was no more, because Yufei woke up. Opening his eyes, Yufei, who was half leaning on a tree, stood up. In fact, relying on the will reading technique, Yufei can also communicate with numbers to a certain extent, like Avril and the others, to let the big tree automatically form a book house, but as a normal earthling, Yufei does not like to sleep in midair, so he simply fell asleep leaning against a tree. After waking up, Yufei began to think about what to do next. The Sets clan has been destroyed, and there should be no other descending wild monster races in the Wind Whispering Forest that can compete with the Night Elves. Then it is not a problem to unify the Wind Whispering Forest as the territory of the Night Elves. The next step of development is to first find more energy mines. This is a must. With more energy, the Night Elves can become stronger. In addition, there is nothing to worry about the hill dwarves behind. Even if they will not help him invade the human world, they will not become enemies under the mediation of the demon killing tribe. There is no intersection with the Amazons in the north for the time being, but I think they will not enter the Wind Whispering Forest for no reason. According to the information obtained from the dwarves, since many strange creatures descended on the Wind Whispering Forest 20 years ago, no one has entered the Wind Whispering Forest. The Amazons rarely communicate with the outside world, so naturally they will not come to the Wind Whispering Forest. So, it seems that I can enter the human world? Thinking of this, Yufei was a little excited. After living in the wilderness for so long, I can finally return to civilized society. Although from the information he got, the system and productivity of this Slaves continent are equivalent to the feudal era of the earth. Although the development of the Night Elves still needs Yufei to control the overall situation, but the main body is here. Yufei can completely remotely manage it, and there is no problem for this Elven King's clone to enter the human world. The only thing to consider is to conceal the identity, the things to carry, and the people who follow. Chapter 172 Meet Humans. Concealing one's identity is actually the biggest problem. A handsome elf wandering around in the human world, although various forces may be cautious and dare not act openly in public, but secretly, there must be many human forces that are willing to make a dirty move to get a handsome man or a beautiful woman of the elf race. There is no way. If Yufei, the Elf King, who has a more beautiful face than ordinary female elves, appears directly in the human world, there will definitely be countless people with bad intentions. You know, there was once an incident where the envoys of the Elf King's court visiting the Holy Lion Empire were secretly abducted by some lustful or greedy humans. Although the Holy Lion Empire released those elves due to the anger of the Elf King's court, and found some scapegoats to calm the anger of the elves, this is enough to show the danger of elves in the human world. However, Yufei has some ideas about concealing his identity. The local elves are all very proud. Even if they appear in the human world, they are unwilling to hide their tracks. Therefore, no elf has ever used such a simple method of covering their identities with a black robe. Yufei does not have the unnecessary pride of the local elves. The black robes found in the ogre camp are enough for Yufei to conceal his appearance. Yufei decided to disguise himself as a rare plant magician. In this way, there is nothing suspicious about the black robe. Most magicians are covered with long robes. Yufei plans to imitate the protagonists in those time travel novels and obtain the identity of a formal magician, which will make it much easier to move around in the human world. The next thing is what to bring. First of all, you must bring a lot of gold coins, and maybe you can also exchange some enchanted equipment from the Hunter's Hall. But thinking of this, Yufei is a little depressed. Where is the storage equipment that the protagonist of the novel of Another World must have? Without a storage ring or something like that, it is too troublesome to carry items. According to what Yufei knows, although storage equipment is not a divine weapon on the mainland, it is also very difficult to own. Generally, only the main figures of major forces or some people with strength above the sky level have it, and not everyone with such an identity can have it. There is also the issue of accompanying personnel. First of all, Maiev must be brought along, and Yufei has made this decision before. Maiev, who has permanent invisibility skills, does not have to worry about being discovered by humans as an elf, and can protect Yufei's Elf King clone closely, so this must be brought along. There is also the Holy Giant Wolf, which Yufei has considered for a long time. It should be good to have a Holy Giant Wolf with legendary strength as your mount. Unlike local magic beasts, the Holy Giant Wolf or other terror wolves and wild wolves, if they do not deliberately release their momentum, no one can discover their true strength. In fact, Yufei originally thought that it would be good to have the Shadow Demon Tiger as his mount, but as an 8th level magic beast, it would be too cool to ride it out. Although Yufei is not going to be too low-key, he is not concerned about riding an 8th level magic beast so high profile. Besides, the golden fur of the Holy Giant Wolf is much better than the Shadow Demon Tiger. What kind of aesthetic is this equals? And Illidan has always wanted the Shadow Demon Tiger to be his mount. It is not good to steal someone's love. So, under Yufei's order, the Holy Giant Wolf disguised itself as a level 5 golden giant wolf monster and entered the human world as the mount of the Elf King Yufei. Yufei also thought about whether to let a few elite archers learn from his black robes and enter the human world as guards, but the archer's superb archery skills are too easy to be exposed, so Yufei gave up this idea. Well, a golden master who has a level 5 monster as a pet will not be too conspicuous and can also have good treatment, which is a good positioning for his identity in the human world. Yufei is very satisfied with his plan. There are not many mages who can tame monsters of the same level. This may also make some people misunderstand that Yufei is a mage from a certain family who came out to practice. Isn't that what it says in novels? Yufei doesn't mind using tiger skin as a banner. After thinking about all this, Yufei didn't hesitate anymore and quickly rushed to the place where the main body was to get the things he would bring to the human world. At this time, the sacred giant wolf had been used as a mount, so it would not take 7 or 8 hours. It would only take 2 or 3 hours to rush to the place where the main body was. Speaking of gold coins, Ufei originally only had gold mines, and the gold collected was converted into energy. In theory, there were no gold coins. But before in the ogre camp, Ufei found some clothes, knight armor, and also obtained some gold coins commonly used in the human world. Now these are what he brought. After thinking about it, Ufei took a few magic crystals of different levels and put them in a backpack carried by the sacred giant wolf. Then, without any sentimental emotions, Ufei rode the sacred giant wolf without hesitation and walked southeast with Maeve in stealth mode. In fact, Ufei originally wanted to go east from the wind whispering forest, cross the small desert, and reach the Principality of West. But firstly, no one has come from this direction for 20 years. If Ufei suddenly appeared from this side, it would arouse suspicion, or at least be considered very strange. Secondly, Ufei was too lazy to spend more than 2 hours on a detour. Thirdly, Ufei was going to appear as an adventurer who entered the Warcraft mountains for training. This would appear more normal. Considering these reasons, Ufei went directly southeast from the Warcraft mountains. After 7 or 8 hours, Ufei used the extremely fast movement speed of the sacred giant wolf to reach the periphery of the Warcraft mountains. During this period, in the middle layer of the Warcraft mountains and even some slightly outer central areas, Ufei also found some powerful adventurers. But considering the role he played at this time, Ufei did not show up, but relied on his current legendary strength to bypass these adventurers. However, since we have already reached the middle and outer areas of the Warcraft mountains, Ufei was too lazy to cover up his tracks. With the strength of a gold mage that he has shown now, he is enough to take risks in this area. Jenny, hurry up. I was bitten. Daniva, please treat me. Ufei heard the faint sound of fighting coming from more than 10 kilometers away. Don't think it's an exaggeration. Although he is disguised as a level 5 mage, Ufei is not stupid enough to restrain his legendary perception ability. Naturally, he can sense the situation in the distance. With a thought in his mind, Ufei urged the sacred giant wolf to run in the direction of the fighting sound. Perhaps it's time to stage a bloody plot in a foreign novel, rescue some adventurers, and obtain an identity legitimately. When he arrived at the place where the fighting sound came from, Ufei was embarrassed. It's not so bloody, right? Ufei looked at the humans in front of him who were obviously wearing college clothes and was speechless. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 5 people. All of them are bronze level strength, and they looked like a student training team that ran out of the academy. However, they were panicked by a group of level 2 coyotes, and several people were injured. What should they do? Looking at the configuration of 2 warriors, 1 magician, 1 priest, and 1 thief, it shouldn't be so miserable. It seems that it is the fault of the academy's lack of combat experience. There are 3 girls among the 5 people. Is the extra one left for me? Ufei thought narcissistically. However, seeing that a warrior was bitten hard on the buttocks by a coyote again, shouting for the priest girl in the team to treat him, Ufei had no time to be narcissistic and acted quickly. Sprinkling a handful of vine seeds, Ufei used the vine cluster skill. A green light flashed, and countless vines were born, crawling on the ground like green snakes, and soon bound the coyotes surrounding the 5-person team tightly. Unlike those powerful monsters, these level 2 coyotes not only had difficulty breaking free from the vines, but were strangled by the gradually tightening vines. You know, Ufei didn't even use the thorn vines. Just the ordinary green vine seeds showed such great power, which made Ufei sigh that these coyotes were too weak. Ufei sighed at the weakness of these coyotes with a lonely look of master. The 5 rescued people were stunned to see the vines that kept spreading in front of them, dragging some coyotes who tried to escape back and strangling them. In the end, it was the priest millimeters who reacted first and treated the warrior whose buttocks were still bleeding. The priest MM's action awakened the other stunned team members. The hot red-dressed beautiful mage let out an "ah" and hurriedly fired a fireball, but the fireball flew crookedly and did not hit the coyotes he was aiming at, but shot at the vines that Ufei had created. Seeing this, Ufei couldn't help but stroke his forehead. Fortunately, it was the vines that he had spawned. This kind of low-powered fireball was difficult to ignite, otherwise it would have been completely counterproductive. Seeing that her fireball had no effect at all, the red-robed wizard millimeters blushed, hid her staff behind her, and did not continue to attack. However, the thief and the two warriors who had been intact did not hesitate, and quickly rushed up to finish off some coyotes that had not yet completely died and were still struggling in the vines. Sure enough, the academic school is still inexperienced. I don't know if this will make others think that they are stealing spoils. Although I don't care about this second level magic crystal. Seeing that all the coyotes were completely solved and the crisis was resolved, Yufei rode the sacred giant wolf, walked out of the woods leisurely, and appeared in front of the 5-man team. I finally caught up after rushing. I have a full class today and skipped the evening self-study. Please reward. Chapter 173, Out of the Warcraft Mountains. Yufei snapped his fingers in a cool manner. The green vines that were still waving their claws and teeth after strangling the coyotes suddenly became ethereal and then disappeared directly, leaving only the green vine seeds that the adventurers had not discovered. Seeing this handsome scene that made the eyes of several female team members red, the 5-member team naturally understood who had saved them. Ahem. In fact, this was just Yufei pretending to be cool. Before the duration of the vine skill was reached, he could only control it slightly to make the green vines quiet down. Just now, he just stepped on the point where the skill duration was reached and then snapped his fingers to pretend to be cool when the green vines were about to disappear. Well, as for the red hearts in the eyes of several female team members in Yufei's eyes, it was actually his imagination. Yufei was wearing a black robe that covered everything. People didn't even know whether he was a man or a woman, so how could he have red hearts in his eyes? But it was true that the 5-member team had respectful expressions on their faces at this time. To be able to deal with a group of level 2 coyotes so easily, this black-robed man riding a wolf must be at least a silver level mage. Seeing how relaxed he looked, he might be a gold level mage. In the academy, where this 5-member team is located, gold level masters can serve as instructors, not to mention a gold level mage. Like all novels about other worlds, the status of mages in this continent of Slays is much higher than that of other professionals. After pretending to be cool, Yufei stood there without making any moves. He was still a little uncomfortable in his heart. If he had dealt with these coyotes before, other night elves would naturally go to harvest the spoils and dig out the magic crystals of these coyotes. But this time, Yufei only brought Maev, who was always in stealth mode and difficult to show up, so no one went to collect the spoils. In addition, after Yufei came to the continent of Slays, except for talking to Gargant, he had never talked to anyone, and now he didn't know what to do next. Could it be that he hadn't communicated with other humans for too long and lost the ability to strike up a conversation? Cold sweat dripped down Yufei's forehead in the black robe. Yufei, who had no idea what to say, could only ride on the wolf to act cool and stayed there without moving or saying a word. After a few minutes of silence, the priest millimeters Danifer, who seemed to be the leader of the 5-member team, stepped forward and broke the awkward atmosphere. How did Danifer break the awkward atmosphere? Of course, she told a joke. She has been relying on this joke for half her life. Poof. No, Danifer is not Bayan, and Yufei is not he too. Danifer just stepped forward to express her gratitude to Yufei. Dear master, thank you for your assistance to the 5 of us. Do you have any questions? The last sentence was added by Danifer after the words of gratitude, because she saw that Yufei had not spoken and might have some questions. Hearing Danifer's gratitude and questions, Yufei woke up, as if from a dream, and responded to Danifer's gratitude and questions. My beautiful priestess, it's only a piece of cake to help you. I believe that everyone who comes to the Monster Mountain range for adventure will lend a helping hand after seeing the situation just now. And I believe that, even if I don't help, you can slowly deal with these coyotes with your strength. Maybe I'm still meddling in other people's business. Yufei's words made the expressions on the faces of the 5-member team look much better. If Yufei, as a powerful mage, put on a very high attitude after rescuing them, even if this is reasonable, they would still not feel comfortable. In this way, in the next Yufei's questioning, they might not be so dedicated. This is what Yufei doesn't want to see. Seeing that the expressions of the 5-member team softened a lot, Yufei felt relieved. You still have to be artistic when speaking. Then, Yufei continued. As for what I need to ask, I have some questions for you guys. It's like this, I've been in the Monster Mountain range for a while. I was chased by a lightning leopard before, and I lost my way when I fled in a panic. Now I don't know where I am. I just want to ask what area you are going to if you go east from here? Hearing Yufei's question, the expressions on their faces softened. It turned out to be such a simple question. While relaxing, several people were secretly surprised. The lightning leopard is the best among the 6th level monsters. To be able to escape from this 6th level monster with extremely strong attack and speed, the black-robed wizard in front of him is probably at least a 5th level golden master wizard. With this thought, the 5-man team seemed more respectful, and the pastor captain answered Yufei's question. Respected master, from here to the east, out of the Magic Mountain range, is the territory of Viscount Samuel of Yorkshire. Less than 10 kilometers outside the Magic Mountain range is Giant Wood Town, the adventurer supply point that must be passed from Yorkshire to the Magic Mountain range. Yorkshire. Viscount Samuel? I don't know this. What I asked is which country is outside. Helpless Yufei had to ask in detail again, and got the answer he wanted from Pastor Millimeters. It turned out that Yorkshire was the only county among the 14 counties of the Kingdom of Severn that was close to the Magic Mountain range. On the continent of Eslays, a county is actually a large geographical division. It is generally difficult for a marquis to own the territory of a county, and if he owns more than 2 or 3 counties, he can be crowned as a duke. Generally, a real earl can occupy a quarter to a third of the territory of a county, and a viscount owns the territory of more than one city. Viscount Samuel was able to obtain a territory in this place close to the Magic Mountain range, where adventurers gather and make a fortune every day. It seems that he is quite powerful. No. Thinking too far, Yufei was a little helpless about his habit of being distracted from time to time. But isn't the Kingdom of Severn the ultimate goal of his first major plan, to expand into the human world? Then entering the Kingdom of Severn is a good choice. It just happens to be able to find out the specific strength of the Kingdom of Severn, and it would be even better to plant some nails in it. When Yufei was thinking about this, the priest Millimeters and several other people who answered Yufei's questions were a little speechless. This powerful mage is too awesome. He wandered in the Warcraft mountains, and didn't even know which country this is. It seems a bit exaggerated, right? The priest Millimeters was thoughtful. Entered the Warcraft mountains from other countries? Then the senior mage in front of him must be very powerful, otherwise he wouldn't be able to fight so far in the Warcraft mountains. Seeing what Yufei was thinking about, the 5-member team didn't dare to speak, but just quietly looked at Yufei, whose black robe covered all the information, and guessed his identity. In the end, Yufei recovered from his contemplation, and looked at the people in front of him. Well, you are right. I did not enter the Monster Mountain range from the 7 Kingdom. It seems that the lightning leopard has been chasing me for so long. I did not go around in circles when I was escaping. After a pause, Yufei continued, then, I wonder if you have any intention of returning to the Giant Wood Town. If you are willing to take me back to the Giant Wood Town, these coyotes magic crystals will be your reward. Danifer and her team were on their way back. They encountered a group of coyotes and 2 of their warriors were injured. They were preparing to return to the Giant Wood Town quickly. They naturally had no objection to the protection of Yufei, a master who was suspected to be a golden master. As for the coyotes' magic crystals, Danifer declined several times, and seeing that Yufei really didn't think much of this, she accepted it. On the way to the Giant Wood Town, Yufei had a brief conversation with the 5-member team, and learned some information. Danifer, the beautiful priest among the 5, was indeed the captain, and the red-dressed female mage was Jenny. There were also the thief Evans, the female warrior Anderly, and the male warrior Soth. These 5 people are indeed students in the academy as Yufei guessed. As bronze level professionals, they can actually apply for graduation from the Severn Kingdom Advanced College where they are, but the 5 of them want to go a step further and enter the Severn Royal College. and at their age, they need silver level strength to be eligible for admission, so they first submitted their graduation application and went to the Warcraft mountains to train in order to break through to the silver level. But it was different from what Eupheny expected. There is no princess with a hidden identity among these 5 people, or the son of the kingdom's general. No, according to the classic plot of the Alien novel, shouldn't there be at least a noble son or daughter hidden in the team? According to Eupheny's observation, these 5 people obviously have no hidden identities. Well, okay, the novel misleads people. Yes, if there are really princesses and princes, it is impossible for them to come to the Warcraft mountains to train, and it is impossible for them to be distressed, because they cannot enter the kingdom's royal college. How can a princess and a prince travel without a master secretly protecting them? With Eupheny's current legendary strength, he did not find any hidden masters around. Those YI novels are indeed taken for granted. During the conversation, Eupheny also acquiesced to the strength of the golden wizard guessed by the 5 people, and told them his name. Well, of course, he would not use the name Eupheny, and even did not use the name of the elf king's clone Alan Abner, but randomly named him O'Brien. On the way, Eupheny also understood why the team had to let the 2 warriors rush back to Giantwood Town to treat their injuries thoroughly, since there was a priest named Jennifer in the team. It turned out that priests in the SLA's continent are also a branch of magicians. The principle of their treatment of injuries is to stimulate people's potential through the adjustment of relatively soft magic element, so as to achieve the effect of healing injuries. However, excessive stimulation of potential will definitely affect future lifespan, so generally when injured, the priest will suppress the injury first, and then look for a herbalist for a longer but thorough treatment. During the conversation, Eupheny and the 5-member team had already walked out of the Warcraft mountains. With Euphegy's eyes, he could already see the so-called Giantwood town from a distance. I'm late. 1 chapter today. I'll make up for it tomorrow. From now on, if I only update 1 chapter on the first day, I'll update 3 chapters on the second day. I'll post all 3 chapters at once. What's the situation with different subscriptions? Cry. Chapter 174, S-Razor's magic system. The wall of Jumu town was built thickly, and was made of pieces of stone strangely condensed together. Eupheny also knew something about this. The walls on the SLA's continent were all built through magic, as long as the conditions were met. For example, this wall, Eupheny knew at a glance that it was made of stones piled together, with mud filling the gaps between the stones, and then using the mud to stone method to stick them together as a whole. Although the wall built in this way is not as good as the defense of a real monolithic boulder, it is indeed much stronger than the fortifications built by ordinary means. However, the walls of most cities on the SLA's continent are still built by ordinary means. The conditions mentioned above are the limiting factors of this kind of stone integrated wall. This condition is naturally a magician. Although the level of the mud to stone spell is not very high, it is not something that an ordinary trainee magician or even a black iron magician can use. Even a bronze level magician can only barely cast this spell, and it must be a magician specializing in the earth system. For mages specializing in other disciplines, the requirements for using this universal spell will be higher. And it is not enough to just be able to cast it. The volume of a city wall or even a village wall is extremely large. If only one or a few bronze level mages want to build a magic wall, although it is not impossible, it will take a long time. Only mages with higher strength can create a situation that changes the natural environment by their own strength. The most brilliant time for the skill of turning mud into stone was in the war with the Orcs, when a legendary mage acted, when the human army was ambushed by the Orcs and surrounded. When the Orcs closed the encirclement and prepared to wipe out the encircled human army, the legendary mage first surrounded the human army with a mass earth wall spell, and then used his great magic power to turn mud into stone to turn the loose earth wall into a stone wall. The legendary mage's great means of building a city with earth gave the human army a defensive advantage, and the Orcs' original plan of a siege war turned into a siege war. After a fruitless attack and many Orcs being killed by humans from a high position, the battle that the Orcs could have won a great victory had to end hastily after the arrival of human reinforcement. In this battle, the name of the legendary Earth Mage Garen was widely sung by people, and countless bards sang poems of praise in the human world and even in other races. The spell of turning mud into stone was taken seriously at this time, and with the improvement of Garen and some other legendary mages, this spell became a universal spell. Since then, mages of all departments can use these spells, but the strength requirements are higher. Bronze mages like Jenny who specialize in fire cannot use some universal spells improved by other departments. Only when they are strong enough can they use a lot more mana than their own specialized spells. Yufei originally thought that the magic system on the SLA's continent was also divided into different departments according to physique, just like what he read in the novels of other worlds, but after knowing more information about SLAs, he realized that it was not the case. Although the magic system of S-Laser is also divided into various departments, there is no distinction between magic physiques. Everyone who has the potential to become a magician can choose a department according to his or her own interests, and then through magic enlightenment, his or her physique will be transformed to be close to a certain element, and become a magician of a certain department. For example, Jenny is a magician who chooses to specialize in the fire department. In addition to general spells, she can only use fire spells. Magicians who specialize in each department are the same as Jenny. In addition to general spells, they can only use spells of their own department. However, there are some exceptions, that is, mages who choose to open 2 or even more departments during magic enlightenment. As mentioned earlier, Jenny is a specialist in the fire department. Since there are specialists, there must be non-specialists. This kind of mage who has opened multiple departments, also called chaos mages, can use spells of all the departments he has opened, and the flexibility of using spells is much better than that of specialized mages. But this is not without cost. When practicing, the chaos mage has to attract many more magic element than the specialized mage, which leads to a much slower practice speed than the mage who only concentrates on absorbing one element, and the spells released by the chaos mage are weaker than those of the specialized mage. After all, one is specialized, and the other is multi-system. However, even so, because the chaos mage can combine multiple system spells in battle, the power he exerts is actually much stronger than that of the specialized mage. In addition, the mages of S-Laser also have environmental restrictions. If a fire mage like Jenny is in a place of ice and snow like the northern ice field, the power he can exert will be greatly restricted, but the chaos mage who can use multiple system spells does not have such environmental concerns. Because of the above reasons, the status of the chaos mage was higher than that of the specialized mage in the past. If it were not for the slow practice speed, only 2 or 3 mages who chose to open the 2-system magic ability could reach the legendary level among the chaos mage, and I'm afraid that all mages would choose to become chaos mage. However, after the emergence of universal spells, the status of chaos mages has been greatly reduced. Universal spells are not a new system created by a brilliant master mage. Almost all of the spells in universal spells are actually a certain system of magic that has been improved by a master of a certain system to make it universal. For example, the 2nd level universal spell light is actually a spell that can be used by mages of all systems after a master mage of fire system improved the fireworks in the fire system. Mages who are not specialized in fire system can only use it when they reach the black iron level, while mages who are specialized in fire system can use it at the apprentice level. And mud to stone is a 4th level universal spell that can only be released by an unearthed silver mage. The emergence of universal spells allows specialized mages to combine some limited spells of other systems to cooperate in battle, and the weakening of strength in extreme environments has also been reduced a lot, which has caused the status of chaos mages to be reduced to the same level as specialized mages. In addition, chaos mages are difficult to upgrade. Today, most mages in SLAs are specialized mages, and few people choose to become chaos mages. In addition to these, Yufei also learned that each mage's spellcasting is limited, and this limit is the spell slot. The limit of spell slots does not mean that a mage can only use a few spells a day, but that the mage can use several spells a day, if the magic power allows. For example, a silver fire specialized mage can memorize 4 spells every day and fill them into his spell slots. Then on this day, he can use these 4 spells an unlimited number of times, as long as his magic power is sufficient. The number of spell slots is the same as the level of the magician. A mage of a certain level has several spell slots for his own system. However, Chaos mages have spell slots for each system according to the several systems they choose. In other words, a chaos mage who chooses to practice 2 systems will have 5 spell slots for each of the 2 systems he chooses at the gold level. In addition, it should be noted that after the emergence of universal spells, magicians found that the modified universal spells did not occupy the spell slots of the specialized magicians. Universal spells must be at least level 2 to be used. Mages at the levels of black iron, bronze, and silver all have an additional universal spell slot. Mages at the levels of gold, cloud, and sky have 2, and those at the levels of legend, epic, and myth have 3. This universal spell slot can only store universal spells, but it is also an additional combat power, and chaos mages do not have additional universal spell slots. Therefore, the emergence of universal spells is also called the Gospel of Specialized Mages. This is the magic system of the SYNOPSIS continent that Ufei learned about, and he was not very clear about the details. But even these took him a long time to sort out. When he came to his senses again, he was less than 1 kilometer away from the town gate of Giantwood Town. At this time, adventurers who were either alone or in groups appeared around Ufei and his friends. Some of them came out of Giantwood Town and hurried to the Magic Mountain Range. Others, like Ufei and his group, returned to Giantwood Town from the Magic Mountain Range to rest. The town wall of this Giantwood Town was actually built by magic, which was a big deal. It seems that the owner of this territory, Viscount Samuel, is not a simple person. You know, on the mainland, the status of a silver wizard is equivalent to the lowest level of the nobles, the knight, and the gold wizard is equivalent to the baron. This Viscount Samuel can drive the self-proclaimed noble wizards and the lowest bronze level wizards to build a town for him. It seems that he should not be just a viscount. After asking Danifer, Ufei confirmed his guess. Behind Viscount Samuel is the royal family of the Kingdom of Severn. With the support of the royal family, it is not difficult to understand that some magicians build buildings. Think about it, the only county in the Kingdom of Severn close to the Magic Mountain Range is Yorkshire, and Giantwood Town is the outpost battle to reach the Magic Mountain Range. How could the royal family of the kingdom not take it into their own hands? In order to prevent the monsters from the Monster Mountain Range from attacking Giantwood Town, it was natural to build the fortifications of Giantwood Town extremely strong. After thinking this through, Ufei shook his head and walked towards a nearby town gate with Danifer and the other 5 people. Chapter 175 Magic Guild. At the entrance of Giantwood Town, there stood 2 rows of town guards. From Ufei's perspective, it could be seen that the soldiers of these town guards were at least at the black iron level. This was different from the general strength of the army on the SYNOPSIS continent. However, considering that Giantwood Town had to prevent the invasion of monsters, most of the people in the town were adventurers who were not very peaceful, so it was understandable that the town guards were moderately strong. In general towns, the members of the town guards were probably just relatively strong ordinary people, and a trainee warrior could become a team leader. This was really vulnerable to the Night Elves. Even if all the towns were destroyed, it would be difficult to cause a big blow to humans. If occupying small towns everywhere caused humans to lose their food supply, the number of elves and the Night Elves was another limitation. In this case, the Great Tezu's strategy of surrounding cities with rural areas would definitely not work. In the future battles with humans, we still have to focus on conquering cities. Under this system similar to the Western feudal system, as long as the big cities were controlled, those small towns would not pose a threat at all. Can you expect the barons and viscounts to fight back against the people who eliminated the marquis? In addition, the focus is to eliminate the living force of mankind, that is, the army of the human country, and at the same time directly destroy the original political system. Only in this way can the sparsely populated Night Elves control the occupied areas. In the future, Ufei does not intend to use the Night Elves to govern the territories he has seized from the human world, but is prepared to let humans govern themselves. The gathering of the Night Elf troops is definitely everyone's nightmare, but if they are dispersed and lose the unity of the military, they will definitely be overwhelmed by the huge population base of humans. Besides, if the Night Elves are allowed to rule humans, it will definitely cause a backlash from humans. Instead, it is more feasible to foster puppets among humans to rule humans and make them plunder energy for the Night Elves. Yufei, who was once a human, knows the bad nature of humans. When people who originally had no hope of getting ahead have the support of power to rule more people, they will not think of overthrowing the power behind them, even if this power is from other races. On the contrary, in order to maintain their own status, even if they are just puppets, these people in high positions will spare no effort to provide the Night Elves with everything they need. Only in this way can they stay in the high position that they never thought of. Of course, this is only possible when the human world is torn apart. If the Holy Empire still exists, it will not be so easy. Seeing that Danifer paid the entry fee of 12 silver coins for 6 people, Yufei did not say anything. The magic crystals of those coyotes just now are worth more than a dozen silver coins. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10 silver coins. A second level magic crystal can generally be sold for 5 or 6 gold coins. Danifer paid the entry fee for herself, and Yufei did not feel anything. Danifer and the town guard standing next to them did not know that the mysterious black-robed wizard in their eyes was actually thinking about how to rule humans. After Danifer paid the entry fee, Yufei and the 5-man team entered the 2-person Giantwood town together. Entering the town, the sight was the bustling crowds and the shops lined up on both sides of the street. This familiar scene almost made Yufei burst into tears. How long had it been since he last saw such a scene? Well, in fact, it was less than 2 months. Just as Yufei was thinking about the scene of the city on Earth, a question woke him up. Dear master, you don't know much about Giantwood town, do you? Do you need us to introduce you to a temporary place to stay? After entering the town, everyone else hurried to find an herbalist to heal the 2 warriors, and only Danifer stood at the door with Yufei. Yufei naturally agreed to this proposal, and then Danifer took Yufei to the hotel where their team lived. Danifer and the others paid a month's room fee before leaving Giantwood town, so Yufei just opened a superior room for himself. As for the money for staying in the hotel, Yufei did not let Danifer pay for it. Otherwise, being taken to a room by a woman, and a woman paying, what is this? Danifer naturally didn't know that Yufei had such thoughts in his mind. After Yufei made it clear that he would pay for the room himself, he didn't insist. Yufei had about 500 gold coins with him. Even if it was a high-class room that cost 5 silver coins a day, Yufei was confident that he could afford it. Besides, didn't he have magic crystals of level 4, 5, or even 6 prepared? These can be exchanged for money. When it's time to be frugal, Yufei is a person who can be frugal, but as long as there are conditions, Yufei will not wrong himself in life. However, Yufei himself has booked a room, but the sacred giant wolf is a bit troublesome. Although this hotel called Lanson Hotel has a stable, it feels weird for the sacred giant wolf to live in it. Moreover, even if the sacred giant wolf restrains its breath, it is difficult to live in the same stable with ordinary horses, so the placement of the sacred giant wolf has become a problem. Finally, at Danifer's suggestion, Yufei chose to rent a small courtyard so that the sacred giant wolf can have a place to live. Although the price of 2 gold coins a day made Yufei a little speechless, he was very satisfied with the independent room and courtyard, so he didn't bother to care about it. After settling down, Yufei rejected Danifer's request to accompany him and began to wander around Giantwood town. Yufei was going to find a place to test his strength and get the identity of a gold level wizard. However, he had never been to Giantwood town and soon got dizzy in the crowded Giantwood town. As for the legendary magic guild, he never saw it. Yufei, who was angry and embarrassed, was too lazy to ask others. He directly relied on his huge mental power to search in Giantwood town and soon found his destination. 10 minutes later, Yufei came to the front of the magic guild. The architectural style of this magic guild is quite magical, but there is not even a guard at the door, which makes Yufei a little surprised. But it has nothing to do with him. With a lift of his foot, Yufei walked into the magic guild through the carved archway. When passing through the arch, Yufei suddenly felt a wave of energy sweeping through his body, and the huge pearl on the arch began to light up. The pearl was originally just scattering white light softly, but when the energy scanned Yufei's body, the color of the light suddenly turned red, and then turned orange and yellow. No. Yufei secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Based on his experience of reading novels for nearly 10 years, Yufei easily guessed that this arch had the ability to determine the strength of the visitor. And if a non-magician entered here without a guide, he would probably be attacked by the two constructs behind the arch, right? Looking at the two stone statues standing on both sides of the arch as if welcoming guests, Yufei thought. But there is no time to think too much now. If the scanning energy determines that he has legendary strength, it will not be very good. I don't want to be noticed so soon when I enter the human world. If a legendary master or a legendary wizard appears here, it will definitely cause an uproar. With this thought, Yufei hid his strength by relying on the little trick of restraining his breath that he learned in Yuan Mu Zenju. But at this time, the pearl on the arch had turned blue. Although he didn't know what it meant, this was the 6th time that the pearl changed color. Yufei felt a little bad. What strength does this represent? At this time, the people in the magic guild had been alarmed. Although there are many magicians traveling to Jumu Town, the magicians who have been here have data backup in the Jumu Town Magic Guild. This kind of arch to determine strength and determine identity will only appear when entering the Magic Guild for the first time, which means that the magician who entered the Jumu Town Magic Guild this time has never been here before. The office staff who established the archive hurriedly walked out of the gate behind the arch of the Magic Guild, ready to lead Yufei in, confirm his identity, and make a data backup. But when he walked to a distance of 4 or 5 steps away from Yufei and was ready to invite Yufei into the hall of the Magic Guild, he habitually glanced at the pearl above the arch. This glance stunned the office worker. Then, he rubbed his eyes fiercely, looked at Yufei in disbelief, turned around quickly, and ran back to the door of the Magic Guild hall. Seeing this, Yufei was speechless. What was going on? The receptionist took a look and ran away. The service awareness of this magic guild was too poor, right? Just as Yufei was complaining about this, the door of the magic guild hall was pushed open with a bang, and then a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes ran out of the door in a hurry with a staff. Following closely behind was the office worker just now. As soon as the middle-aged man walked out of the door, he raised his head and looked at the pearl on the top of the arch. When he saw that the pearl was radiating blue light, his reaction was exactly the same as the previous reaction of the office worker behind him. They all rubbed their eyes fiercely and looked at the pearl again. Yufei couldn't help laughing in his heart after seeing all this. Could this middle-aged man and the young man behind him be father and son? They both rubbed their eyes when they encountered something unbelievable. However, Yufei also had a hint of worry in his heart. Could it be that this arch had tested his true strength while he was hiding his aura? It would be troublesome if he really showed legendary strength. At this time, the middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes reacted and walked to Yufei respectfully with the office staff. Chapter 3 will be a little late, and it will be released at about 12 o'clock. You can go to bed first and wait until tomorrow to read it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.